and in many areas. In this regard, the Minister of Foreign Affairs participated in the high-level meeting of Beijing Plus 30, where she reaffirmed Andorra's commitment to ensuring that all girls born today grow up in a world where their rights and leadership are fully recognised. In this sense, we also believe that the time has come to see a woman as Secretary General of this organisation. Ladies and gentlemen, exactly a decade ago, the General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, with 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 integrated and indivisible targets across economic, social, and environmental domains. A decade ago, also from this very podium, Pope Francis described the SDGs as an important sign of hope, but warned of the danger of falling into a declarative nominalism, with solemn and pleasant statements instead of truly effective action against all scourges. In his encyclical Laudato Si, he invited us to reflect on the concept of integral ecology, because nature cannot be seen as something that is separate from us or merely a setting in which we live. For this reason, our interactions with the environment are always intertwined with economic, political, social, cultural, and ethical dimensions, as the Pontiff affirmed. Andorra has sought to lead by example. We were the first to complete the initial cycle of enhanced transparency under the Paris Agreement and to submit the third nationally determined contribution, NDC, which increases our ambition in climate action. On a domestic level, we promote a balanced development model, protecting 30% of our territory, because our national heritage is the legacy that was handed down to us from previous generations, to which we are obliged to preserve. In March 2026, we will host the 7th global meeting of the Mountain Partnership under the theme Mountains for the Future, Responsible Tourism, Prosperous Communities. This will be an opportunity to bring the voice of mountain countries to the centre of global negotiations on climate change and biodiversity, to jointly address the challenges of mountain areas and their populations, and specifically their shared strengths and vulnerabilities. The 13th World Congress on Snow, Mountain and Wellness Tourism is also another global event, a significant global event hosted by our country, aimed at fostering broad discussions on tourism models and exploring how we can move towards a balance between quantity and quality, a balance that should allow us to ensure the future continuity of tourism from a sustainable perspective. Specifically, the Ministry of Tourism and Trade is working closely with UN Tourism on our General Tourism Law, a pioneering piece of legislation that places particular emphasis on governance, sector training, digitalisation, and sustainability. Climate change, excessive pressure on ecosystems, overcrowding during peak seasons, difficulty in accessing housing and economic dependence on a limited number of sectors are some of the warning signs that call us to action. For this reason, the guiding principles of our commitment to advancing a sustainable tourism model are limiting to protect, desynchronizing to diversify, and achieving better mobility. It is a shared commitment to make our country a benchmark in the area of sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, in the financial sphere, we support the Compromiso de Sevilla, adopted at the 4th Conference on Financing for Development, and we affirm the need for a deep and inclusive reform to the international financial architecture, in order to build a more just and representative global financial system. The international financial system must be capable of responding to the needs of the most vulnerable, including small states and territories with specific special characteristics. It is in this regard that Andorra has issued green, social and sustainable bonds and created a green fund for the energy transition. These policies not only serve as examples of best practices, but also demonstrate that, despite our size, we can be a relevant actor in the fight against climate change and in promoting sustainable development. We also reaffirm our commitment to official development assistance, ODA, and continue to explore new ways of technical cooperation that enable us to share the knowledge and best practices of our administration. We welcome, with a sense of hope, the upcoming World Social Summit scheduled to take place in Doha. It's a unique opportunity to renew the global social contract. Andorra will attend with the intention of defending cohesion, intergenerational solidarity, and social justice as transformative pillars. In the field of health, we continue to work closely with the World Health Organization. We wish to underscore the importance of protecting cultural and linguistic diversity. Multilingualism is not only a symbolic source of wealth, but it is a condition for truly equitable participation within the multilateral system. As co-facilitators of the resolution on multilingualism, we propose establishing an open and inclusive monitoring platform to build bridges and synergies, and we welcome the launch of the Group of Friends of Multilingualism at the United Nations with the support of the OIF. The expression of cultural diversity and therefore of multilingualism facilitates inclusive dialogue and helps bring positions closer together and connect with the citizens we serve. Diversity is our strength, and consequently we must continue to promote multilingualism, especially in a context of homogenization and digitalization where gaps may leave people behind. Excellencies, Andorra, as an active member of the United Nations since 1993, fully embraces its firm commitment to peace, dialogue, respect for international law and solidarity as non-negotiable principles. It is not only about taking an interest in our own affairs, but also about assuming a sense of global responsibility. Let us remember that virtue, when united, becomes strength, and that strength, when born from virtue, builds a more just world. This is the motto, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, that appears on the coat of arms of Andorra, which is a country that is small in terms of its size, but and population as well, but mighty in terms of our values, which has made coexistence, peace, and balance its way of life. My country affirms today its firm commitment to the founding values of this institution: peace, freedom, justice, and dignity for all people. We advocate for active, inclusive, efficient, and transformative multilateralism that places people and the planet at its core. We cannot allow indifference to paralyze action. It is time to renew the pact between peoples and governments, between present and future generations. It is time to move from words to action. That is why we leave this assembly with renewed hope and renewed responsibility. May our actions be consistent with our words, and may the future that we desire be the result of the commitment we make today. Thank you very much.
Moltes gràcies, senyor cap de govern d'Andorra. On behalf I wish to thank the head of government of the Principality of Andorra. The Assembly will hear now an address by Her Excellency Kamla Persad Bissessar, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends. It is an honor for me, on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago, to address this Assembly on the 60th anniversary of the United Nations. I congratulate you, Madam President, on your election, and I thank your predecessor for his service. Madam President, I'm very happy to see the escalator actually worked today. And I'm very happy to see the teleprompter is also working. So as I address you, thank you all very, very much. So I've had some blessings coming to the UN today. The UN has been much more than diplomacy. It is a lifeline to many countries, bringing education to classrooms, care to clinics, recovery to villages, and growth to fragile economies. On this milestone anniversary, we must face a very hard truth. The spirit of multilateralism is under strain, the effects of which has begun to undermine the foundations of stability and peace. Trinidad and Tobago confronts conflicts that seriously threaten our stability and peace. The notion that the Caribbean is a zone of peace has become a false ideal. The reality is stark. No such peace exists today. For too many in the region, peace is not daily life, but an elusive promise, glimpsed and never grasped. In its absence, our citizens pay a terrible toll. In 2024, for example, Trinidad and Tobago, a tiny nation in the Caribbean of 1.4 million persons, we recorded 623 murders in 1 year last year, 41%, 100,000. That's about 40%, and many of them are gang-related. So the reality is being a zone of peace is still an elusive dream that we're pursuing. In the last 25 years, we have had over 10,000 murders, which is equivalent to losing 1% of our adult population. Across Latin America and the Caribbean, homicides range from 20 to more than 60 per 100,000. President Trump's comments on the effects on countries of relentless narco and human trafficking, about organized crime, illegal immigration, are correct. Countries are not only defined by geographical borders, but also by cultural identities, religious beliefs, ethnic compositions, and, of course, legal structures. That is why, through legal immigration, persons are allowed entry because they fulfill the criteria to integrate into the existing population and to add value to their own lives as well as their adopted society at large. However, illegal immigration neglects all checks and balances and will only create long-term disorder, as most illegal immigrants will not be able to assimilate into their adopted societies. That inevitably leads to greater poverty, crime, and cultural antagonism. This, then, is not phobia. It is not hyperbole. It is simply the stark, naked truth. Small countries like mine, Trinidad and Tobago, suffers from illegal immigration because of the recent increased protections at the U.S. southern border. Illegal migration of drug cartels and criminal gangs have been rerouted in the Eastern Caribbean, which is where my country is located. It is driving increasing gang violence, drug arms, and human trafficking. Efforts to repatriate illegal immigrants from Trinidad and Tobago from recent times has proven very difficult. Criminal syndicates are abusing asylum requests for refugee status. Therefore, Trinidad and Tobago is particularly grateful for the U.S. military presence in the Southern Caribbean. This has been very effective in inhibiting the innumerable activities of drug cartels within our country. While there have been objections to the U.S. military action against drug cartels in the Southern Caribbean, some objections from some countries, I state today, Trinidad and Tobago reminds the international community that unless forceful and aggressive actions are taken, these evil drug cartels will continue their societal destruction because they believe affected nations will always unreservedly subscribe to morals and ethics and human rights and values, which they themselves blatantly flout. They do not adhere to those, and therefore we will fight fire with fire within the law. That is why we willingly supported the International Security Alliance announced by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, involving the U.S. and several countries in South America, and of course including Trinidad and Tobago, to combat drug trafficking in the hemisphere. Trinidad and Tobago, I say, is very committed to contributing our resources, as scarce as they may be, and our capabilities to this alliance, in line with the theme of this year's General Assembly, Better Together. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, in its 2025 World Report, makes a very true, unmistakable fact very clear. The global drug economy destabilizes institutions, corrodes democracy, undermines development. That is a war without borders, measured in murdered children, measured in broken families, and measured in stolen futures. The cartels and the governments that enable them are taking us for fools. If left unchecked, gangs could replace governments, and states may stand in name only, but collapse in substance. Nowhere is this warning more explicit than in Haiti, our CARICOM neighbor, where armed gangs, political collapse, food insecurity have converged to overwhelm democracy and to create a protracted emergency. Today, Trinidad and Tobago wants to commend Kenya for leading the multinational security support mission in Haiti. Trinidad and Tobago also endorses the comments made by U.S. Ambassador Dorothy Shea on August 28, 2025, when she noted, and I quote, "The next international force must be resourced to hold territory, secure infrastructure, and complement the Haitian National Police in a parallel comprehensive approach which includes disrupting gang financing, arms trafficking, and other illicit flows, fueling instability. All is required to restore order. All is required to restore order in Haiti." As member states, consider the form of greatest support as we urge the international community to support us, to support the United States, to support Panama's proposed gang suppression force, to allow the deployment of 5,500 member force to subdue the gangs and restore order in Haiti. The theme before us, as I said before, and we all know for today, better together. We go from principle to practice. This principle, better together, is not just a slogan, it's a call to action. It signifies the collective effort required to combat transnational crime, to uphold democracy, and to restore peace and security in our nations. Therefore, despite being a very small country with limited resources, we are committed to sharing the burden with the United States, with Panama, and all countries willing in assisting the gang suppression force to bring some semblance of peace to Haiti. I turn now to the climate agenda. This week, the climate agenda has been at the forefront of many speeches. I say with the greatest of respect, the antagonistic approach adopted by some climate activists towards the implementation of their climate agenda sometimes does more harm than good. Developed countries, I say with the greatest respect again, can't or should not force-feed a climate agenda onto developing countries and blackmail them into cooperation. We cannot proceed in that manner. That is exactly what has been happening where the access to financial systems, media platforms, new technologies and development funding has been weaponized in order to coerce to force compliance with some climate goals. What adds insult to injury and to injustice is that many of the same developed nations actively supporting the imposition of an aggressive climate agenda, actually achieve developed nation status and prosperity through highly environmentally destructive and polluted industries in the many decades gone by. While there is definitely a space for renewable energy, the fact remains that fossil fuels are still essential for our continued survival. It cannot be ignored that the thousands of products created from fossil fuels, essential for daily life, cannot be produced economically in the quantities required from other means to satisfy the current world population. Trinidad and Tobago commits that we will, within reason, support actions to protect the environment for future generations. However, independent nations must be free to create a climate policy which is crafted to balance their development goals and poverty eradication with policies dealing with environmental protection. In my respectful view, this balance is a pragmatic necessity for food security, for civil order, and for economic growth. As we progress, Madam President, into a multipolar world order, where power is diffused across regions, it will be impossible to coerce all actors to adhere to the current climate agenda being advocated. Trinidad and Tobago will not adopt unbalanced and unreasonable imposed climate practices that will simply lead to the exploitation of our jobs, lowering our standard of living, and stunting our economic development, punishing our people into poverty, while many larger countries completely ignore their responsibilities. Our country, Trinidad and Tobago, the United Nations, we have always been unwavering in supporting through the various crises and empowering our citizens through UNICEF, through UNDP, through ILO, through UNESCO, and UN Women, and we want to thank the United Nations for those initiatives. In return, we have sought to repay that trust by advancing the proposal for the International Criminal Court in 1989, by introducing Resolution 6569 on women and disarmament, and we also signed up very early the Non-Proliferation Arms Control in 2010, and we signed the Arms Trade Treaty early in 2013. In my own country, regarding that the children are our future, knowing full well that their survival, their resilience, and their sustainability will continue our nations forward, as in all nations. And so we created a Children's Authority. We created a Children's Life Fund. We expanded early childhood education. We ensured a trailblazing adherence to the MDGs, especially when it comes to education, proving that even the smallest nations can align domestic products with global ambition. As we now mark the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration, we reaffirm that women and girls must be equal partners in peace and sustainability. Just as we call for in our 2010 resolution, we continue to champion their empowerment, knowing it is essential to global progress. Our commitment to the United Nations is clear, and our voice is steady. For 63 years, we have upheld the rule of law, championed human rights, strengthened international law, and we have never been silent in the face of injustice. And this is why Trinidad and Tobago sought support to become a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the 2027-28 term. We are happy that there was a non-objection to that, and we willingly take on the mantle on that United Nations Security Council for the coming year. So, my friends, all colleagues, we say, Madam President, during our term, we will build on our record, amplifying unheard voices to ensure that justice and equality anchor lasting security. Madam President, colleagues, Trinidad and Tobago may be small in size, but we are large in conviction. We continue to ask for your support so that this Council reflects not only the interests of the powerful, but also the voices and aspirations of all people. Trinidad and Tobago is firmly committed to the tenets of multilateralism. I want to take a moment to especially thank Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Turkey, Kuwait, Bahrain, Ghana, and all others who have been actively working with us to increase cultural and economic cooperation. The United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, India, China, and the European Union remain always reliable partners, as they have been for decades. On this 63rd anniversary, let us agree to strive for greater cooperation, to strive for more openness to respecting free speech, and also at the same time respecting dissenting opinions. Over the past decade, there has been an inclination to cancel views that are not fashionable to dominating narratives. Today I ask, let us pledge to listen to each other with an objective mindset. Peace and progress can only be fulfilled through honest, sometimes uncomfortable decisions, and this is a place for that. This honest communication is even more important, as I said, in a multipolar world order, where military and economic power is now disseminated across the globe. Madam President, Trinidad and Tobago commits to the work of this body, not for conquest, not for power, but the sake of all humanity. I thank you very much, Madam President.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
And now, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda. I request the protocol to accompany His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, Antigua and Barbuda speaks as a small microstate on the front line of the climate crisis, exposed to grave shocks and with restricted access to affordable financing. The fact that my country's economy is among the fastest growing in the Caribbean and enjoys a high level of human development, it owes little to the global financial system and even less to the global effort to curb climate change. While there have been some benefits, neither have helped to achieve the transformation that they promoted. Yet, my people know that a brutal hurricane could destroy the progress that they have achieved in just a few agonizing hours. We have lived this reality before. Each year we fear we may live it again. Therefore, While my small country readily agrees that the nations of this world would be better together, as this year's theme proclaims, we must also remind this Assembly that 80 years after the Charter, better together remains an aspiration, devoutly to be wished and yet to be achieved. Madam President, our world is at an inflection point. A retreat from multilateralism, from the tenets of international law, and from respect for human rights and freedoms warns us that we have reached a pivotal point. The conflicts we witness, the disregard for human life, the refusal to lay down arms and engage in dialogue, the disrespect, neglect of the poor, the small and vulnerable, these trends sketch a dystopian future, more divided than together. This, then, is precisely the moment to resummon all nations to the purposes and principles of the Charter set down 80 years ago. Without international cooperation, universal peace will not be achieved. What humanity needs at this time is not only peace, but compassion, solidarity, justice, and love reigning in our hearts. The climate crisis is not a weather forecast, certainly not for small island states. It is our daily plight. Shores retreat, reefs bleach, storms intensify, while droughts destroy our crops and animals. This is not fate. Science has proven that it is the product of sustained high emissions which imperil small states and also damage the environment, economies, and health of the very nations that produce them. And that's the irony. Climate change science is not fraudulent, and we ignore it to our own peril. Madam President, we support a just, orderly energy transition, a transition that caps, then fairly phases down and ultimately phases out the fossil fuels that drive this destruction without sacrificing energy security or development. We favor a fair carbon levy on the heaviest emitters, public and private, with proceeds directed to adaptation, loss and damage, and resilience. The Loss and Damage Fund must operate as promised. Predictable, front-loaded financing that arrives when disaster strikes, disbursed timely on objective triggers so that help comes at the speed of need. But finance must be fair before a storm hits. Right now, the inequitable international financial system makes the most vulnerable countries pay the highest price just to protect themselves. These climate disasters force us to borrow expensively to rebuild. Consequently, debt swells and resilience stalls. We call yet again for full adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index across international financial institutions so that exposure to shocks opens access to concessional terms. Lending should match climate horizons, long repayment periods, low fixed rates, sensible grace periods, and climate-resilient debt clauses that automatically pause payments after verified shocks. Local currency lending windows would end the foreign exchange penalty that deepens debt without adding value. That at least would be a step along the road to justice. Madam President, for islands like mine, the ocean is not scenery. It is the source of food and jobs and the opportunity for new chances of growth and development. But it must be protected. We urge decisive action against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, plastics that choke reefs, and pollution that steals mangroves. As custodians of vast exclusive economic zones, small islands offer partnership and stewardship. Let us back robust global plastics and fossil fuel non-proliferation treaties. Expand the blue carbon finance for mangroves and seagrass and make maritime domain awareness and the provision of satellite and data sharing services standard support for SIDS. Until independent science proves no serious harm, we support a moratorium on seabed mining. No one should mortgage the ocean to pay, or the ocean floor to pay for short-term bills. Madam President, law must be our guardrail. Consequently, Antigua and Barbuda and Vanuatu have sought and successfully obtained from ITLAS and ICJ legal clarity on climate obligations. Legal advisory opinions now define duties of states to prevent harm and protect the most vulnerable. If major emitters will not cut greenhouse gas emissions in line with science, victim states must retain the right to pursue legal remedies consistent with international law for climate harm. And I want to make the point here that this is not hostility. It is the logic of the law. It is justice. Antigua and Barbuda supports UN reforms to include the participation of small island states having a regular, structured voice in Security Council deliberations and climate-related security risk. Excellencies, last year the world came to Antigua for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States and adopted the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, the ABAS, a 10-year contract for resilient prosperity. We launched the SIDS Center of Excellence on Antigua with a global SIDS data hub to turn promises into projects, better data, more investments, and the achievement of debt sustainability. Those who invoke partnership should help fund and implement it. If better together means anything, it means delivering where need is greatest and fiscal space narrowest. Small states are not asking for charity. Let me make that abundantly clear. We ask for equity, for finance that fits risk, for peace grounded in law, for rights that protect the vulnerable. We are seeking the chance to protect our lives and preserve our livelihoods. In a similar vein, Madam President, we assert that justice cannot be complete without addressing historic injustices. In the Caribbean, the stain of colonialism, slavery, and native genocide is still branded in the legacies we were left. The transatlantic slave trade was and still is the most heinous crime committed against humanity. We seek reparatory justice from those who committed those atrocities, who kept our forebears in physical chains and mental slavery for hundreds of years. Colonialism and slavery have imposed the rigid trade routes with which we now live, the underdevelopment from which we are seeking to rise up, the constraints that make us suppliers and not producers. Reparatory justice is not charity. It is principled restitution for wealth extracted, for unpaid labor, barbaric killings, and physical abuse endured by our forebears. We invite partners to engage this agenda in good faith as part of building a fairer global economy for all. Madam President, in the Middle East, we insist that Israeli hostages be released by Hamas. And I said here that civilians must not be pawns in any conflict. At the same time, we condemn the forced removal of people in Gaza from their homeland and the genocide that has occurred there. Humanitarian access must be guaranteed and the protection of civilians made non-negotiable. Antigua and Barbuda maintains its position in favor of a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side in security and dignity, consistent with the United Nations resolutions. We regret that the chairman of the Palestine Liberation Organization was denied a visa to attend this assembly in person. While we welcome the Assembly's decision to allow him to address this session by video, we remind everyone that the United Nations is above all a chamber for voices to be heard, not to be muzzled, especially during times of war and conflict. Shutting out voices does not shut down underlying issues. Similarly, in Europe, the war in Ukraine must end in peace and with justice, not in the battle fatigue of the besieged. We urge a return to diplomacy anchored in the Charter and call on all states to refrain from actions that prolong conflict or profit from it. Peace with law is the only peace that lasts. Madam President, I now come to Haiti. This beleaguered country demands sustained attention, not cycles of improvisation. Funding has arrived in fits and starts while suffering has grown. We support a single Haitian-led plan, executed under a single Security Council mandate and financed through a single transparent Haiti fund, aligning the United Nations, the Organization of American States, and the Caribbean community behind one budgeted program with public accountability. Disbursements should follow results such as roads retaken from gang control, extortion stopped, arms and illicit finance interdicted, civilians protected, and essential services restored. Haiti needs one mandate, one Haitian-led plan, one fund, accountable and transparent. We urge every member of the Security Council to support the proposed resolution on increased security assistance for Haiti that is now before it. Action is long overdue. The Council must act to help Haiti and its long-suffering people. Madam President, we also address the conduct of counter-narcotics operations in the Caribbean Sea. Without judging facts not before us, including reports of lethal incidents off the coast of Venezuela, we restate a simple principle. The fight against drug trafficking must rest on cooperation and law. Interdictions should proceed under clear legal authority and rules of engagement that minimize risk to life, respect for sovereignty and the law of the sea, and prompt information sharing and review. Whereas Antigua and Barbuda stands ready to work with all partners against traffickers, we are concerned with the buildup of military assets, including a nuclear submarine indicating the possibility of military conflict. We remind everyone that our hemisphere should be respected as a zone of peace, not a theater of military conflict. Madam President, we also address Cuba. For more than 6 decades, the Cuban people have lived under a suffocating trade embargo, and Cuba remains listed by one country as a state sponsor of terrorism. Now, we all know that that classification is a hoax. It is in our hemisphere's interests to move towards normalized relations consistent with sovereign equality. Normalization is not a concession. It is a pathway to dialogue and to fashioning a way forward that ensures regional stability through negotiated, binding agreements. Now, Madam President, I come to the issue of public health that affects every family everywhere in the world. More than 1 billion people are now living with mental health conditions. Yet, median government spending remains at about 2% of health budgets. Treatment gaps are widest in low and middle-income countries, fueling a growing mental health epidemic among them. Suicide claims nearly 1 million lives each year. It is among the leading causes of death for young people. Last June, when Antigua and Barbuda hosted the OAS General Assembly, we secured a hemispheric resolution on improving mental health in the Americas with practical steps on national plans, community-based services, priority in coverage, workforce development, and digital access. Mental health is not a curse. It is a solvable challenge. Now let me remind us all, Mental health is a human right. Sanity is the people's right. When we invest in mental health, people recover and re-enter community and work. As a consequence, countries rise. Antigua and Barbuda is committed to working on a United Nations resolution treating mental health as essential to development. The other issue that I'd like to address is non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, and various forms of cancer. They account for 75% of all deaths in the Caribbean. They are the most significant cause of death globally, creating a silent global health crisis. We need to urgently address this crisis with the same urgency of infectious diseases. Madam President, what we set out here is the minimum needed to honor the Charter at 80. The storms are stronger, the deaths are heavier, inequity is wider, yet the remedies have not changed, and they certainly need to change. Let us pursue a new sustaining dispensation of rules over power and might, fairness over advantage, and people over profit in the interests of humanity. Madam President, Excellencies, if this world is truly better together, let us be accountable together and be accountable to all, not only to a few nations, but to all nations, not only to the present generation, but also to the generations that follow, not only to those who wield power, but to those against whom power is wielded. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. Blessings.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda. Now, the Assembly will hear an address of His Excellency Silveni Ligamamada Rabuka, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Civil Service and Public Enterprises and Information of the Republic of Fiji. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you. Madam President of the United Nations General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, leaders, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on assuming the presidency of the 80th session of the General Assembly, as only the 5th woman to be elected to this position in the last 80 years. Madam President, Fiji reiterates its long-standing support for multilateralism and the role of the international rules-based order plays for the status and interests of small states. This year, Fiji commemorates 55 years of independence and stands alongside member states and takes stock of the 80 years since the founding of the United Nations. 80 years after independence, Fiji volunteered to be a troop contributing country to the United Nations peacekeeping efforts. Our commitment is unwavering, and we continue to be the largest per capita contributor to United Nations peacekeeping for over 4.5 decades. Our belief in the principles of the UN Charter is steadfast. The most critical challenge facing nations in the Pacific region is to find a framework, an enduring framework, that influences the strategic competition between the major powers towards a stable, multipolar region where peace prevails. I'm conscious of the direct connectedness between the Pacific and Indian Oceans. So when I talk of the Pacific, I'm also referring to the Indo-Pacific strategic area. Excellencies, when I addressed this Assembly in September 2023, I introduced the concept of the Pacific as an ocean of peace, as the Pacific's contribution to global order. The turmoil within each of our regions and the global community has been the common theme of the world leaders' statements this week. The question before us is, what must we do? The vision of the Pacific as an ocean of peace is rooted in the noble values of mutual respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. It embodies the essence of our commitment to peace and unity. These are born from the very Pacific way of life that is the lifelong integral heart to our identity as Pacific peoples. It is my honor to announce that the leaders of the Pacific at the Pacific Leaders Meeting held 2 weeks ago adopted the Ocean of Peace Declaration at the Pacific Island Leaders Meeting under the able chairmanship of the Solomon Islands Prime Minister, the Honorable Jeremiah Manele, on Thursday, the 11th of this month. In so doing, the Pacific leaders have declared and claimed the right of our people to peace. The concept of peace comes from deep within our faith in God, the God of peace and justice, that finds its own expression in our own Pacific way. The Pacific Way was a phrase coined by Fiji's first Prime Minister, the late Sir Kamisesa Samara, in his first speech in this hall in 1970, to describe the calm, conciliatory, and orderly moves to independence by Pacific Island states. At the core of the Pacific Way lies respect, quiet leadership, and reconciliation. It is not a coincidence that Chapter 6 of the UN Charter is entitled the Pacific Settlement of Disputes, Article 33 to 38. This concept, therefore, sits snugly with this year's theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. If we must be better together, we need prolonged peace everywhere. Peace is the absence of fear and troubled hearts. Peace is the starting point. It is how things are held together and is the end state. The Pacific knows the value of peace as we had lived through the horrors of its absence. Our ocean, its diverse and vibrant lands, had been a theater of the 2 world wars and a testing ground for the world's most dangerous weapons. Its impacts are still felt and seen today. It is our expectation that the Ocean of Peace Declaration is seen as a platform that spurs on the evolution of our region's long-standing commitment to peace and prosperity. Much has been said in this forum about conflict during the past 80 years, including those raging today. I urge and pray for balanced considerations. We look at how these conflicts started and by whom, be it in Ukraine, Gaza, or elsewhere. What is the motive that those that started these wars? What have they done to try to end it, if any? In our prescription for a solution based on history, on truth, on fairness, Madam President, we cannot be talking about ending the war without guaranteeing Israel its right to peaceful existence, nor the peaceful existence of the Ukrainian people. For peace, we collectively have a responsibility to seeing this is done. Anything short is hypocrisy on our part. Building peace and sustaining it in the next 80 years demands of us to be truthful as the first necessary step, that our aim must be for the dignity of peoples on all sides of the conflict. We cannot be selective with truth. Doing to others as we want others to do unto us is a must. If peace, sustained peace, is to be part of the new world order in the next 80 years. Falling short of this might be a reason the United Nations is not delivering at capacity. Excellencies, sustainable peace is neither built overnight nor by any actor alone. Progression from cold to warm peace demands faith, courage, and a strong will. The cost of building peace is usually high, yet the cost of its absence is higher. If we hope to realize the full promise of the UN Charter, we must tackle the root causes of instability with the same urgency as we do their consequences. This must start with truth, its understanding and acceptance, however difficult this might be. Without truth, our words are hollow. Our efforts destroy the very outcomes we desire. History plays a big part. In our pursuit for peace, we must pursue this on the right side of history. Those are not abstract observations, but informed by Fiji's experience of 45 years in international peacekeeping engagements where I was a peacekeeper. This is underlined by the Ocean of Peace principle to promote peace as we have done since World War II, and especially during the recent 4 decades in the Middle East region. Our diplomatic engagements are informed by these principled understandings. Under the Ocean of Peace, Fiji sees its responsibility in advocating peace within and on behalf of the Pacific region, a responsibility I do not take lightly as the Prime Minister of my country. Under our foreign policy priority, Family First Pacific Regionalism, Fiji stands with our Pacific members. We know that sustained peace is only possible with prosperity. Fiji's primary focus is development, where my government's full attention is directed at poverty alleviation or eradication. Perhaps a way of assisting developing economies is to open markets for our produce. This reinstates and sustains the dignity of nations. Together, peace and development are integral to attaining the human rights of peoples. Furthermore, peace and prosperity for our people mean addressing expanded definition of security with climate change high on the list. Fiji, like other small island developing states, face ominous and disproportionate climate threats with negligible fraction of global emissions. Those who shoulder the blame must foot the bill. Science is clear. The powerful G20 group has been responsible for 80% of total emissions. I plead with them that they must lead the charge, keeping with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in light of different national circumstances. Heading to COP30, I hope that the world will push harder and members agree on pending common grounds of concern. Fiji stands strongly in support of Australia's bid to host COP31 as a Pacific COP. We need a loss and damage fund that meets the scale of the challenge and developed countries meeting their adaptation financing promises. We continue to reward polluters who wreck our planet. The fossil fuel industry continues to pocket massive profits and subsidies, while everyday people bear the costs of climate catastrophe, from rising insurance premiums to lost livelihoods. We insist on a shift from fossil fuel subsidies and investments to a just energy transition by putting a price on carbon and to implement innovative sources of financing, including solidarity levies on fossil fuel extraction through legally binding mechanisms. Madam President, the ICJ advisory opinion on climate change on July 2025 affirms this. Countries that are liable for climate change damage must bear the full cost. Some Pacific atolls sit 1 to 2 meters above mean sea level. It is grossly unfair that when disasters hit, the costs of recovery force these countries to take on debts, a second layer of penalty for a situation they did not create. As signatories to the Paris Agreement, we are contributing our fair share towards the global effort to guide our low-carbon, climate-resilient development. Under our family-first Pacific regionalism foreign policy priority, Fiji stands with its fellow Pacific Island neighbors. Some of our smaller Pacific Island communities are struggling to stay above sea level. The international community is faltering in its commitment to keep below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Low-lying Pacific states expect the worst. Today, my government is looking at ways to host these island communities if it is not possible to remain on their islands. The dignity of the people that are forced to leave their homes is fundamental. Let's start with the legal definition. Today, they are merely referred to as displaced people. In the Pacific, where 90% of land is communally owned, those that are being displaced will be landless before they become stateless, stripping them further of their dignity. In this situation, Fiji is coming face to face with the reality of sovereignty within sovereignty in all its details. Goodwill, time and resources are critical. This is complex, sensitive and costly work. We are setting the precedent. We have no margin for error as we are dealing with real lives whose impacts may compound existing stresses. Excellencies, one of the biggest victims of the climate crisis is the ocean itself. Fiji depends on the health and wealth of the ocean. We need to step up efforts to sustainably use and manage our ocean resources, address plastic pollution, conserve biodiversity, and protect endangered species. Fiji's ratification of the BBNJ agreement this year is intentional and deliberate. We need to safeguard our ocean resources in line with the outcomes of the third UN conference in Nice. A much-needed shift is also required to address ever-increasing share of fish stocks exploited beyond sustainable levels in our economic exclusive zones and the high seas. Subsidies is a well-known driver of overfishing and overcapacity. Fiji is not only actively addressing IUU fishing, but also deposited its WTO instrument of ratification as our contribution to addressing this emerging threat. The Plastic Treaty is an urgent goal that our global community cannot wait to end. With this, financing is the key. The convening of the fourth financing for development in the Sevilla Compromise lays an important milestone in addressing global financing needs. The existing financing architecture systemically disadvantages SIDS through complex processes and lengthy approvals, while our communities face daily the ravages of climate change. Reforms are needed now to address the widening gap that is now $4 trillion. As a small economy, we need direct funding, access modalities, simplified procedures, and SIDS-specific funding windows. Adaptation costs per capita are highest for the island nations. This must change to address our reality. All these are mapped out in the Antigua-Barbuda agenda for SIDS ABAS. With 2 years left, it is critical that ABAS is expedited with the implementation of its monitoring and evaluation framework. Your Excellencies, SIDS urgently require the expedited implementation of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, to complement GDP per capita criteria in determining development support eligibility. SIDS have championed the MVI because of its direct relevance to overcoming the institutional blindness that has long ignored the reality of our unique circumstances and structural vulnerabilities. MVI provides a more comprehensive and accurate assessment of our development needs by incorporating factors such as environmental fragility, economic vulnerability, and structural constraints that traditional income-based measurements overlook. For Fiji, as with other SIDS, the implementation of MVI is a matter of development justice, ensuring that international support mechanisms recognize our inherent vulnerabilities and provide appropriate assistance regardless of per capita income levels. We call upon the international community to prioritize the swift operationalization of MVI, as this tool is essential to ensuring that no SIDS is left behind due to misleading income classifications that mask our true development challenges. Excellencies, as we mark the UN's 80th anniversary and discuss UN reform, Fiji notes that the UN remains an indispensable partner for development in the Pacific SIDS. Our unique challenges require the specialized support that only the UN system can provide. Striking the right balance between a strong UN presence and operational effectiveness that reflects the priorities of PSIDS is preferred. On our part, Fiji is finalizing arrangements for a purpose-built UN house that will provide a functional platform for UN operations in Fiji. Your Excellencies, Fiji is now pursuing constitutional reform. A recent Supreme Court ruling opened up a pathway for a review of our Constitution. This process ensures that the will of the people is accurately reflected in a revised constitutional framework that embodies the values of good governance and justice. Our approach prioritizes human rights and democratic participation while strengthening the institutional foundations necessary for sustainable democracy. Fiji's political journey has been marked by periods of instability, With the need for healing and progress, a Truth and Reconciliation Commission has been established to provide a platform for all voices to be heard, particularly those affected by past upheavals. This commission represents our commitment to confronting our history, fostering dialogue between communities, and building the foundation for a more coherent society. While this is progressing, we remain committed to international peace, stability, and the values that unite us as members of the international community. We congratulate those countries that have successfully trodden the path before and encourage those that haven't to get onto it. Fiji is also challenged by an upsurge in transnational organized crime. Drug trafficking has exploited our vast maritime domain, spanning over 1.3 million square kilometers of ocean. This crisis threatens our national security and social fabric while exploiting our limited capacities. Our approach must be holistic, combining law enforcement with mental health support, community-based recovery programs, and trauma-informed care for those affected. Fiji looks forward to working with partners to addressing trafficking sources of supplies, routes, enforcement, disrupting and dismantling supply, reducing demand, healing and rehabilitation of affected individuals and communities. In response to the multitude of issues confronting Fiji, following 16 years of autocratic rule and the responsibilities associated with being the regional hub, a structured way of managing the security front was needed. Fiji launched its national security strategy in June of this year. This came at the back of Fiji's first ever foreign policy white paper and national vision document. The strategy serves as the framework to safeguard Fiji's national security interests in an increasingly complex security environment. Further, the strategy embraces the tenet of regionalism in the 2050 Pacific Strategy for the Blue Pacific that also promotes prosperity, human rights, and cooperation with partners. Additionally, Fiji confronts a non-communicable disease pandemic that poses one of our greatest public health challenges in years. Our response strategy aligns with the SDG goals 3 and 4, embracing linked approaches to ensure right lifestyle choices, accessible and quality care, and scaling up healthcare workforce. We are fostering public and private partnership to leverage innovation, expertise, and resources to reduce premature mortality from NCDs by 1/3 by 2030. A health-first approach is necessary for national growth and resilience. Excellencies, for a small economy, we need all hands on deck. Fiji needs or recognizes the potential of our diaspora community of approximately 300,000 Fijians worldwide. Their remittances exceed $1 billion in 2024. Optimizing this capacity through an appropriate strategic framework will enhance their engagement as partners in national development. I believe that distance does not diminish citizenship, and their expertise and networks are bridges and catalysts for growth and global reach. Fiji welcomes the convening of the Second World Summit for Social Development to be held in Doha in November of 2025. This is a useful platform to address pressing social challenges that disproportionately affect SIDS and the Global South. The summit is an opportunity to renew our collective commitment to ensuring that social progress remains at the heart of our development efforts. Excellencies, as we stand at this juncture of human history, Fiji calls on all member states, on all of us, to embrace with far greater commitment the values which is the foundation of the United Nations. This is a defining moment. We cannot compromise on truth, love, faith, and justice. What hope do we have for the next 80 years if we lose our principles? Peace on earth and goodwill to all men came at a price. Our wisdom is in not having to keep paying that price because we abandoned the values that was the United Nations. We must act with urgency and with purpose at this moment in history as history demands. Our shared humanity depends on our courage to act as one. In those values, you will find Fiji standing with you. Thank you. God bless us all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Civil Service and Public Enterprises and Information of the Republic of Fiji. Now the Assembly will hear an address of His Excellency Feleti Teo, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am indeed honored to once again address this august assembly as the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I convey to the General Assembly the warmest greetings and best wishes of the people and the government of Tuvalu. Allow me to extend my sincere congratulations to Excellency President Annalena Baerbock on their election as President of the 80th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I assure President Baerbock of my country Tuvalu's full support of her presidency. Allow me also, Mr. President, to express my sincere gratitude to the outgoing President, His Excellency Philemon Yang, for his exemplary leadership over the past year. Mr. President, let me also express Tuvalu's heartfelt congratulations to the entire United Nations family for this historic milestone of 80 years of existence. For 8 decades, the United Nations stood as a steadfast pillar of peace, a champion of multilateralism, and a beacon of hope for humanity. The UN's enduring presence is a testament of the transformative power of unity and the remarkable achievement made possible when nations join forces in a spirit of cooperation and unity of purpose. Tuvalu takes enormous pride in its membership of the United Nations, especially as it celebrates its 25th anniversary of UN membership this month. Mr. President, the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations should and must be a moment of reflection and re-envisioning to ensure the United Nations remains true and faithful to the objective of its foundational document, the UN Charter. Despite our historic achievement, we continue to witness conflict, persistent human rights violations, and development setbacks. These challenges run counter to the principle of the United Nations Charter and serve as a stark reminder that our quest for peace, justice and sustainable development remain incomplete despite the maturity and the advanced age of the United Nations. That is why, Mr. President, Tuvalu fully supports the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative to make the UN more effective and impactful for the millions of lives that depend on it. Mr. President, I commend and applaud the selection of the theme Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. The theme is both timely and fitting, considering the persistent challenges to global peace and security and to multilateralism. The notion of better together underscores the power of unity and working together despite the differences amongst nations, because true progress can only be realized when the limiting factors to our common objectives and goals are adequately addressed. The achievement of peace, security, and sustainable development hold little value if the poor and the most vulnerable are left behind. I therefore commend the President's pragmatic vision in guiding the direction of this important milestone session. Mr. President, climate change and sea level rise remain the greatest security threats to Tuvalu, and they continue to be the top development and security priorities for Tuvalu. Climate change and sea level rise are multidimensional and cross-cutting development issues that impact and challenge not only the future statehood and sovereignty of Tuvalu, but also the fundamental and the integral quality of lives of the people of Tuvalu in terms of food and water security, land security, and economic security and prosperity. Tuvalu continues its strong international advocacy for the special case of Tuvalu as the most vulnerable of the most vulnerable countries to the impact of climate change, especially climate-induced sea level rise. Towards that objective, Tuvalu has been vocal and active in its efforts to future-proof its statehood and sovereignty by seeking to influence state practices and international law as they relate to the impact of climate change and sea level rise on statehood continuity and the permanency of properly demarcated maritime boundaries and the right to the resources therein pursuant to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Tuvalu has also taken bold and unilateral actions in this regard. Tuvalu has amended its constitution to ensure Tuvalu's statehood in perpetuity and its maritime boundaries are protected and remain permanent, no matter what happens to Tuvalu's land territory because of climate change. Through the landmark Falepili Union Treaty between Australia and Tuvalu, Australia is now legally committed to recognize Tuvalu's sovereignty in perpetuity and support human mobility with dignity and rights. Tuvalu fully supports the effort of the UN General Assembly in elevating the issue of sea level rise as a standalone issue and commence its historical high-level meeting last year in 2024 on sea level rise. Tuvalu welcomed the decision of the UNGA this year to convene another high-level meeting on sea level rise next year at its 81st session in September 2026, with the view to consider a UN declaration on sea level rise. The journey towards the UN summit on sea level rise next year must be a turning point, securing long-term commitments so that islands, nations like mine are not left to confront the prospect of irreversible loss and damage. For the anticipated UN declaration on sea level rise, Tuvalu strongly advocates the inclusion in the declaration of the following matter. First, the affirmation of statehood continuity and the permanency of maritime boundaries amidst the climate crisis as a principle of international cooperation. Secondly, promote secure, organized and dignified pathways for human mobility. Thirdly, support the safeguard of culture and heritage of affected communities. Fourthly, deliver innovative and rapid financing to enable adaptation journeys of the most vulnerable. And fifthly, ensure access to knowledge, data, and science to inform strategic planning, enhance resilience, and foster global cooperation. Tuvalu welcomes the recent advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice and the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea Convention, IDLOS, regarding the obligation of states in relation to climate change. The IDLOS issued on the 21st of May 2024 the first ever advisory opinion on climate change that spelled out for the first time the far-reaching obligations of major polluters to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, to prevent catastrophic harm, and to pay loss and damage for breach of such obligations. The ICT's landmark advisory opinion delivered in July this year validates that climate change is urgent, and is an existential threat to human life and natural ecosystem. The ICJ and the IDLOS opine that states have a duty to prevent significant harm to the environment, and therefore they must act with due diligence and use all means at their disposal to prevent activities carried out in their jurisdiction or under their control from causing significant harm to the climate system. The advisory opinions also affirm the principle of statehood continuity and the permanency of duly demarcated maritime boundaries despite the impact of climate change and sea level rise. The advisory opinions are significant milestones as they shift the conversation from political commitment to legally binding obligation. Despite the advancement in state practices and the recent judicial pronouncement on climate change and sea level rise, Tuvalu continues to call for the development of an international treaty on sea level rise that codifies the legal rights of affected states and peoples, and to reaffirm the principles of statehood continuity and the permanency of maritime boundary. It is my hope that the urgency to address the existential threat of climate change and sea level rise will not be overshadowed by the ongoing geopolitical competition between the superpowers and the military conflict around the globe. Mr. President, while the UNGA prepares for the UN Summit on Sea Level Rise next year, Tuvalu continues to fulfill its obligation under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. With a sense of pride, Tuvalu has presented its first biennial transparency report to the UNFCCC, which is a testament to Tuvalu's commitment to transparency, accountability, and climate actions. During this week, I announced the third nationally determined contribution, NDC 3.0, which is Tuvalu's blueprint to resilience and a pledge to the world, linking climate action, sustainable development, cultural preservation, and a just transition to 100% renewable energy. But the fight for the 1.5 degree centigrade threshold cannot be won with carbon dioxide reductions alone. We must tackle methane and other short-lived gases that prevent near-term warming to buy time for decarbonization to take root. Only then can we protect the world from irreversible tipping points like the rapidly expanding coral bleaching that is devastating our ocean. Tuvalu has also updated its National Adaptation Plan, which provides a strategic and inclusive framework to protect people, ecosystem, infrastructure, and cultural heritage from climate change, setting clear adaptation pathways in coastal protection, infrastructure, food and water security, health and disaster risk reduction, while addressing sovereignty and cultural preservation. Tuvalu also supports the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative for a just phase-out of the use of fossil fuel and call on all nations that are serious about confronting the climate crisis to join this initiative and to act decisively to protect our planet and future generations. Mr. President, Tuvalu has 26 square kilometers of land just opposed against 750,000 square kilometers of exclusive economic zones, which makes Tuvalu a large ocean state. As such, the ocean is the lifeblood of our economy. The ocean defines our culture and heritage, and the ocean is our very source of existence. As custodian of the Pacific Ocean, Tuvalu reaffirmed its commitment to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources. To that effect, Tuvalu is in the process of developing its first ever national ocean policy, not only to coordinate and guide the implementation of our commitments under SDG 14, but to also discharge our obligation to save and keep our ocean healthy. Mr. President, Tuvalu has ratified the BBNJ agreement, which has achieved the requisite 60 ratification threshold to bring it into force. Earlier this year, Tuvalu joined the global community in Nice, France, for the third United Nations Oceans Conference. In that gathering, Tuvalu joined the Ocean Rise and Coastal Resilience Coalition, which aims to support coastal cities by planning and implementing the transformation required to address sea level rise. The Nice Ocean Conference reminded us that the fate of our ocean cannot be separated from the fight against climate change and sea level rise. The commitment made in Nice must be carried forward with resolve, including through strengthened partnership and predictable financing that empower frontline community to conserve and sustainably use the ocean on their own terms. In recognition of the need for a holistic approach to peace and security, the Pacific Island leaders this year endorsed the Pacific Blue Ocean of Peace Declaration, an initiative that aims to elevate the peace dimension of regional security and promote a Pacific-led vision of stability and resilience. Tuvalu is also proud to announce its firm commitment to co-facilitate the Ocean Pioneers Coalition with France and Panama, and that Tuvalu has joined the Friends of the Ocean and Climate, which is an informal and inclusive group to advance ocean climate actions and discourse. Tuvalu shared the disappointment for the inability of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to finalize on time the development of an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, and therefore urges the leaders and the UN system to continue the work and to expeditiously finalize negotiation of such a treaty. Mr. President, the principle of better together is more than just a watchword. It is a powerful affirmation of partnership in the face of increased challenges to multilateralism. The Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, ABAS, and the Samoa Pathway, and the Pact for the Future are key development frameworks founded on this shared conviction that aligns with SDG 17. Genuine and durable partnership is not a choice, but a necessity. It is a principle that continues to shape international cooperation and respond to the unique and persistent challenges that SIDS and LDCs like Tuvalu continue to face. Tuvalu acknowledges the progress achieved for such a genuine and enduring partnership. However, greater global efforts remain needed by those at the lower end of the global economic scale, like the LDCs and the SIDS. The Decadal Guide for Financial Cooperation, dubbed the Compromiso de Sevilla, fell short of our ambition for a truly transformative financing framework. Much to our disappointment, there is also omission of previously agreed climate financing language from the document. Nevertheless, Tuvalu reiterates the call for urgent, scaled-up adaptation finance and the rapid operationalization and replenishment of the Loss and Damage Fund, including through the innovative use of special drawing rights. Tuvalu remains steadfast in its call for increased grant and concessional financing, improved access to climate change and development funds, technology transfer and capacity building initiatives that are tailored to the special circumstances of small island developing states. Moreover, international financial institutions must reconsider eligibility criteria that prevent vulnerable countries from accessing support simply because of income classifications that do not reflect our exposure to multidimensional risk. For Tuvalu, justice in global finance means recognizing that vulnerability cannot be measured by GDP alone. It means valuing resilience, equity, and the right of every nation, large or small, to chart a secure and sustainable future. Timely and targeted assistance is not charity. It is a matter of justice and survival. For the foregoing reasons, Tuvalu has joined the Pacific Resilience Facility, which is a Pacific-led and Pacific-managed facility to cater for the specific adaptation needs of Pacific Island countries in the face of climate change. Tuvalu calls on the international community, especially the developed countries and partner organizations, to support the capitalization of the Pacific Resilience Facility. Mr. President, non-communicable disease, NCDs, are the leading cause of morbidity and mortality in the Pacific region and in the world at large, and Tuvalu is not an exception. Poor diet and obesity intrinsically linked to the food security challenges are key contributors to this escalating public health concern. Tuvalu therefore welcomes the political commitment demonstrated through the recent adoption of the political declaration on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases and the promotion of mental health and well-being. The acknowledgement of the need for coordinated cross-sectoral actions reflect a spirit of collective responsibility and exemplify the critical support required by countries most affected by NCDs. At the national level, Tuvalu is fully committed to upholding the commitments outlined in the declaration in our shared pursuit of achieving the global targets by 2030. Mr. President, earlier this week we commemorated the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women, and the Beijing Declaration and Plan of Action, considered the most progressive blueprint ever for advancing women's rights. Tuvalu reaffirms its commitment to gender equality and has taken important steps towards that objective. The Tuvalu Constitution now prohibits discrimination based on sex, embedding gender equality in our highest law. And last year, in 2024, Tuvalu adopted a more updated and modern national gender equity policy to assure women's empowerment and protection from violence are integrated across all sectors. Women's rights are not only human rights, but are also a foundation of sustainable development, peace and resilience. For Tuvalu, this means ensuring that women are not only included, but are leading in decision-making spaces, from village councils to global negotiation. Equally, Tuvalu places high importance on the role of young people in building a more just, sustainable, and inclusive future. As we also marked yesterday the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action for Youth, we take this opportunity to underscore our support for youth development and leadership. We must continue to create the conditions that allow our young people to realize their full potential as active agents for change, as innovators and as partners in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal. Tuvalu recognizes that inclusive development cannot be achieved without the full and equal participation of women and youth. Mr. President, projecting the principle of inclusivity and leaving no one behind to the UN system, Tuvalu deeply regrets the continued exclusion of the Republic of China, Taiwan, from the United Nations system. As a long-standing and reliable development partner of Tuvalu, Taiwan has consistently demonstrated its commitment to international cooperation, making meaningful contribution across a broad range of development sector. Tuvalu holds the strong view that the UNGA Resolution 2758 does not preclude Taiwan's meaningful participation in the UN system, and Tuvalu calls for the admission of Taiwan as a member of the United Nations and its specialized agency. Similarly, it is regrettable to observe that the people of Cuba continue to bear the economic burden of long-standing unilateral economic sanctions, which deny them crucial international development assistance and partnership necessary for their recovery and rebuilding efforts. Tuvalu believes that sanctions which isolate and impoverish entire peoples run counter to the spirit of the United Nations Charter. Tuvalu supports the lifting of these sanctions and joins other member states in calling for the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. Mr. President, next week on the 1st of October will be Tuvalu's 47th independence anniversary. Though the birth of Tuvalu and the United Nations are a generation apart, Tuvalu remains grateful for the privilege of being a member of the United Nations and to have engaged and collaborated with the UN family of nations in our common pursuit of advancing the vision of this session, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights. I wish to express my special thanks and sincere gratitude to the United Nations and its member states, in particular Tuvalu's generous traditional and emerging partners, for all the support and assistance afforded to Tuvalu. Mr. President, in closing, as we engage and interact during this historic session of the General Assembly, we should do so with the full awareness of the complex and formidable challenges that confront our international community. Yet history has shown us that no challenge is insurmountable when we face it together, in solidarity and in unity of purpose. I therefore call upon all members of State of the United Nations family to move forward in unity, guided by our shared purpose and common mission. Let us remain steadfast in upholding the principle of the United Nations Charter, which continue to inspire and give meaning to the vision of this session. While progress may not have come as swift as we desire, it is far more meaningful when it is achieved collectively. For indeed, when we stand together, united in principle, in purpose, and in resolve, we not only achieve better outcomes, but more enduring, equitable, and just outcome. I thank you, and as we say in Tuvalu, whakawhetailasi, Tuvalu mo te dua, Tuvalu for God. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. The Assembly will now hear an address of His Excellency Aisake Balyu Ek, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Tapu moe o tua mafi o ko whio I ho taulotolotonga. Distinguished heads of state and heads of government, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Ms. Annette Baerbock, President of 80th United Nations General Assembly, distinguished delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, allow me at the outset to bring warm Māloelele greetings from His Majesty Government and the people of the Kingdom of Tonga. It is indeed with profound honor to address this esteemed Assembly at its 80th session. First, I wish to congratulate Your Excellency on assuming the esteemed presidency of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We commend you, President, on our election to preside over this session, and we pledge our full support to your leadership. I take this opportunity to also thank your predecessor, His Excellency Phiri Moniang, for his able leadership throughout the durations of his mandate. We also pay tribute to the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his steadfast efforts in advancing the purposes and principles of the United Nations and the roles he has played. Mr. President, we convene at this 80th session under the theme, Better Together, 80th years and beyond, for peace, development and human rights. A vision to which Tonga pledges its full support. For us, as a small island developing state, these themes resonate deeply. The pursuit of peace, development and human rights cannot be realized without urgent action on climate change, the protection of oceans, and the resilience of vulnerable communities. At a time when climate change has become a profound security threat, we must rally around the collective visions of the United Nations. For only through solidarity and shared responsibility can we safeguard our planet, uphold the dignity of all peoples, and secure a sustainable future for generations to come. As I stand before you in commemorating the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, I am pleased to share that Tonga will soon celebrate 150th anniversary of our Constitution on 4th of November 2025. Constitution Day is a profound reminder of our sovereignty, unity, and enduring independence. Proclaimed in 1875 by His Majesty King Tupou I, our Constitution laid foundation for justice, the protection of land, and the rights of people. As we mark its 150th anniversary, we celebrate not only a historic milestone, but also a living legacy that continues to guide our nations and inspire our future generations. Mr. President, Tonga reaffirms its steadfast commitment to the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. First signed in San Francisco 80 years ago, that historical document continues to guide our collective pursuit of peace, security, human rights, and development. It visions endure as a beacon for multilateralism, reminding us that the challenges we face today cannot only be addressed through unity, cooperation, and respect for international law. Mr. President, Tonga welcomes the UN 80 reform processes as an opportunity to ensure that the nation remains fit for purpose in addressing today's challenges, just as Pacific undertakes its own review of the regional architecture under the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. For us, reform is not abstract. It is about survival, dignity, fairness, and efficiency. If the UN is to deliver for our people, it must deliver with us, through us, and in alignment with the principle our leaders have endorsed. This means anchoring regional integrated platforms within the Pacific Islands Forum, ensuring financing flows respond to regionally determined priorities, safeguarding access for the small administrations, easing reporting patterns, and above all, increasing Pacific representations across the UN system and decision-making bodies. Only then can we renew trust in multilateralism, ensure that our voices shape global outcomes, and guarantee that the Blue Pacific continent benefits from effective, inclusive, and responsive multilateral delivery. Mr. President, Tonga welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future with its annexes, the Global Digital Compact and Declarations of Future Generations as both an opportunity to strengthen multilateralism in a time of global crisis, and a responsibility to ensure no nation, however small or remote, is left behind. It focuses on climate action, sustainable development, financing, and intergenerational responsibility, speaks directly to Tonga's priorities as small island developing states on the forefront of climate change, offering a vital framework to accelerate adaptation, close critical financing gap, and safeguard a sustainable world for generations to come, while reaffirming the needs for inclusive governance where Pacific's voice help shape the decision that defines our shared future. Mr. President, last month, Tonga concluded its chairmanship of the 53rd Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Meeting. The Kingdom was privileged to host Secretary General Antonio Guterres on our shores. His attendance as a special guest reaffirmed the deep partnership between the Pacific and United Nations and further strengthened our belief in the indispensable role of this organization. Tonga tenure as a chair was highly significant, both symbolically and practically. Our representations here at the United Nations as chair afforded Tonga the opportunity to assume a leadership role within the Pacific family, guiding collective priorities and setting the tone for regional cooperations. It enabled us to play a pivotal role in reinforcing Pacific solidarity, ensuring that both small and large island states stood together in a negotiation with global partners. It also amplifies Tonga's voice in international diplomacy by carrying the mandate and collective position of the Pacific regions. Above all, it left us with a legacy for resilience and provided a vital platform for advocacy on issues central to our people's survival and well-being. Mr. President, for small island states, one of the most pressing issues remain the existing threat of climate change. For Tonga, this is not a remote threat, but unfolding reality that threatens to erase decades of development gains and imperils the very existence of our island. We therefore continue to call for urgent, ambitious, and concrete climate actions from the national community, action grounded in the principle of equity, justice, and common but differentiated responsibility. It is in this connection that Tonga supports Australia's bid to host COP31 in partnership with the Pacific as a Pacific COP. We see this as an unique opportunity to bring the voices of small island developing states to the forefront of the global climate agenda, ensuring that the realities of our peoples are not only heard, but drive the urgency of action. Hosting COP31 in our regions would symbolize a global commitment to climate justice and amplify the call for solutions that safeguards the most vulnerable. Mr. President, Tonga's welcome the landmark advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on 23rd July, a historic decision affirming that climate change is not only an environmental crisis, but also a profound challenge to international law, human rights, and the survival of our island nations. For Tonga, this opinion is more than a legal milestone. It is a moral victory that amplifies the voices of the world's most vulnerable, strengthens our call for urgent actions to cut emissions, accelerate adaptations, and deliver on lost and damaged finance, and reinforce our shared duty to secure climate justice, resilience, and protections for present and future generations. It also affirms small island development states a special case for sustainable development. The use of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, more managed approach to international financial standard, and recognize the need to scale up ocean finance. Mr. President, Tonga welcomes the Convention de Sevilla, adopted at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development earlier this year. For Tonga, this commitment is especially significant. It calls for a more inclusive, fair and transparent global financial system, one that better responds to realities of countries most at risk, including smaller island developing states. This speaks directly to Tonga's priorities, mobilizing equitable financing for climate resilience, disaster preparedness, and sustainable development, addressing that sustainability and ensuring that no country is left behind because of its size, geography, or vulnerability. We see this as a framework that can help transform inequality into opportunity and reaffirms our goal for development finance that delivers for our people and for our future generations. Mr. President, Tonga joined the international community at the 2025 United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice, France, under the theme Accelerating Actions and Mobilizing All Actors to Conserve and Sustainably Use the Oceans, where we underscore the centrality of sustainable ocean-based economies to Pacific Island countries that rely on the ocean for food security, trade, and culture. And we call for integrated ocean governance, stronger financing for marine conservation, resilient maritime infrastructure, and sustainable transport across our islands, while reaffirming our commitment to the Nice Ocean Action Plan and the political declarations. At home, Tonga has taken concrete steps with the Ocean Management Bill 2025, a landmark framework to conserve biodiversity, manage resources sustainably, and protect our marine environment for the benefit of our people and the future generations. Mr. President, Tonga is proud to have joined the Pacific family in the adoptions of the Ocean of Peace declarations, declaring that the Blue Pacific continent as an ocean of peace. This is more than symbolism. It is a shared regional vision that peace, security, and sustainability are deeply interconnected with how we treat our ocean, how we protect our environment, and how we safeguard our communities. Tonga supports this declaration fully and calls for the principle to be embedded in our international ocean governance, climate actions, and sustainable development of efforts. The ocean must not only be protected, it must be honored as a foundation of our security, of our economies, our way of life, our legacy of resilience. Mr. President, it is in this spirit of resilience that Tonga is proud to host the Pacific Resilience Facility, the Pacific-led, member-owned and regionally managed financing mechanism dedicated to strengthening climate and disaster resilience across our Blue Pacific continent. Tonga acknowledges with gratitude the commitments and contributions already extended by our development partners and friends of the Pacific. And we continue to urge global partners to support a Pacific-led solution, the PRF, designed to bridge the financing gap for small, high-impact adaptation projects. And in doing so, we not only strengthen resilience in the Pacific, but also demonstrate how regionally owned solutions can advance global climate and sustainable development agenda. Mr. President, Tonga continues to strengthen laws to protect our children, especially those who are susceptible to harm from technology in this digital age, and empower our youth, recognizing them as the foundations of our nation's future. We remain firmly committed to safeguarding public health and addressing the dual threats posed by the scourge of drugs and the rise of non-communicable diseases. At the same time, we acknowledge the complex challenges of migrations and deportees, while valuing the enduring contributions of our diaspora to national development. We also view economic development as a vital pathway to opportunity and resilience, harnessing trade and sports as a drivers of growth, unity, and national pride. Together, these priorities embody Tonga's vision of a just, healthy, and prosperous society where no one is left behind. And lastly, may I remind this assembly to seek wisdom and strength beyond ourselves. Let us first ask God for guidance in our shared pursuit of peace, in advancing sustainable development, and in safeguarding the dignity and human rights of all peoples. In humility, we recognize that our common challenges are greater than any one nation. In closing, may I share the national motto of Tonga, Tua ma Tonga Kohok Tofia, which translates that God and Tonga are my inheritance. It is from these foundations that I draw a strength to serve with humility and dedication. A reminder that with faith, solidarity, and collective actions, we can rise to above and beyond, turning trials into pathway for hope, guided by compassion and a spirit of service to humanity. God bless United Nations. Malo Aupito. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. I now give the floor to His Excellency Tuelupe Mauewe Tele Puumulinuku Onesemo, Deputy Prime Minister of Samoa.
Samoa e tātou tofi, tāpua i mai amal manuia, se whairu tātou sāo, I upu whai o malo au whatasi. Presidents, world leaders, excellencies, I wish to congratulate Her Excellency Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the 80th session of the General Assembly. The theme you have chosen resonates deeply with Samoa, particularly as we celebrate 80 years of our United Nations. It is timely call for our collective actions towards a more peaceful, sustainable, and resilient future for our people and planet. You can be assured that Samoa's full support throughout your mandate. Excellencies, we live in times of global turbulence and uncertainty. Profound and transformative change is not only necessary, but also inevitable. We must prepare ourselves to face the challenges ahead with resolve and use opportunity to herald in much-needed reforms for the benefit of all and leaving no one behind. At the core of our success lies our unwavering commitment to the principles upon which the United Nations was built, multilateralism and international law. Samoa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the United Nations as a premier forum to address global challenges. Multilateralism for Samoa is a practical necessity and not just an abstract ideal. Only through genuine cooperations and mutual trust can we craft solutions that no single nation could achieve alone. We welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative. Any reform must strengthen delivery on the ground, especially for small islands, developing states, by eliminating duplications, improving coherence, and accelerating impact. Critically, such reforms must not weaken the operations of the UN multi-country offices or the resilient coordinator system. Likewise, the reforms of the MCO level should clearly define the roles and the functions of the UN country teams, working in close coordination with parish countries to avoid duplications, competition for resources, and proliferation of projects that small administration cannot manage efficiently. At the regional level, the UN must deliver with the region throughout the region and align with the principles agreed to by the Pacific leaders, as articulated in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. The UN 80 initiative is the opportunity to jointly realize regional delivery of ongoing initiatives through regional mechanisms. Excellencies, land and the ocean are central to Samoan culture and are also the basis of our people, sense of belonging, our whasinomanga, and our heritage, our tofi. Village boundaries were marked by age of oak banyan trees on the mountain ridges and extend to the protruding reef, such as the values that make us a distinct people, where our history, traditions, identity, livelihoods, and everyday lives are intimately connected to our precious island ecosystem, underpinned by our unique communal Samoa culture and traditions. Our geographical isolation and insularity no longer shields or protect us from the increasingly complex and dynamic security challenges, transnational crimes, especially drug trafficking, nuclear proliferations, challenges to sovereignty, growing geopolitical tensions in our region, and humanitarian crisis. The rule-based international system is being bent out of shape. Gone were the days where we took only what we needed from our environment, when we were a lot more conscious of the importance of a continuity of our culture and values, unadulterated by the impinging world around us. Unfortunately, this important connection makes us particularly vulnerable to the adverse effect of climate change. Over the past decades, we have witnessed more frequent and intense storms and cyclones, such as we left a trail of destruction in the wake, homes flattened, food crops destroyed, lives lost, constant threat of relocation. The reality of climate change and increase in severity of disasters mean many communities are at risk of losing traditional homelands as rising sea levels, king tides and storm surges wash away the shoreline, and inland communities experience landslides, living communities devoid of safer and more disaster-resilient land. Regrettably, continuous inaction means the detrimental effect of all aspects of Samoan life. Climate change remains the greatest existential threat to Samoa and other Pacific states. Its impact are more extensively felt by the states due to our special circumstances and the lack of capacity to respond quickly and effectively. We commend the International Court of Justice advisory opinion, which rightly recognizes the climate change not merely as an environmental concern, but as an existential problem of planetary proportion that requires urgent global action. Unless we invest now in climate mitigation adaptation and resilient economies, we risk compounding both environmental and financial crises. We must do more to turn the tide, to honor our commitments and obligations, and to take urgent and ambitious climate actions now. As we approach COP30 in Brazil, we urge that the new NDCs reflect maximum ambition, including 50% reduction in global emission by 2030. 35 countries responsible for 86% of global emissions must be part of the solution, not just the problem. One can continue to question whether climate change is real, but for Samoa and the Pacific, the impact of climate change confronts us on a daily basis. It is our lived reality. Samoa will be launching its third national determined contribution ahead of COP30. This updated plan, developed through inclusive consultation, captures both the realities and the aspirations of all Samoans. But we cannot do it alone. Excellencies, now is the time for the world to witness firsthand of the consequences of climate change in our region. You can only truly appreciate our challenge if you visit us. There is no better place to discuss climate ambitions and solutions than in the Pacific, where climate change impact is a lived reality. This is why Samoa supports Australia's bid to host COP31 on behalf of the Blue Pacific continent. We also strongly endorse the recent AOSIS declaration on the special circumstances of SIDS. And we can all states, international and organizations, and treaty parties to recognize and reflect these unique vulnerabilities in the design, interpretation, and implementation of multilateral agreements. Excellencies, the Pacific Ocean is our greatest asset that must be sustainably managed for the benefit of our present and future generations. It unites our islands in common purposes. It is our home and our key to a future of infinite promises. Therefore, we continue to call for urgent global actions to implement SDG 14. The third UN Ocean Conference in Nice marked in our global ocean journey, but much more needs to be done. The ocean crisis is a direct result of our choices. The pursuit of economic growth has come at a grave cost to our marine ecosystem. Coupled by unchecked exploitation of these sea-bedded mineral resources, our ocean face a crisis of limitless proportions. We must take a careful approach that balances economic growth while ensuring environmental sustainability. Samoa hosted the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in 2024, at which its leaders adopted the Apia Commonwealth Ocean Declaration. It reaffirms the Commonwealth family's commitment to SDG 14 and calls for action on key ocean issues, including safeguarding our coastlines and homes against the unprecedented impact of sea level rise. The Apia Commonwealth Ocean Declaration was acknowledged and recognized for action as part of the recently issued ICJ advisory opinion. We remain actively engaged in negotiation towards global treaty on plastic pollutions, particularly to protect our marine environment. For Samoa, plastic pollution is a daily battle impacting our livelihoods, food security, and public health. We are pleased that we have reached the required 60 ratifications for the PB&J to enter into force. We are moving closer to the most important part, its effective implementation. At the national level, through the Samoan Ocean Strategy, we have completed and legally adopted a marine spatial plan which helps implement our commitment to protect 30% and manage 100% of our ocean by 2030. We understand we must sustain that which sustains us now and into the future. Excellencies, climate finance is the bridge for ambitious to action. It must be scaled up, easily accessible, devoid of burdensome conditions, and responsive to the needs of small island states. This way, the climate funds end up in the villages and the communities that need it the most. Financing of Development Conference in Sevilla was regrettably a missed opportunity. Since the Rio Conference in 1992, we have made countless pledges and commitments to the development agenda. But too often, we simply rebrand and recycle old ideas while failing to deliver tangible progress. Meanwhile, multilateralism is under siege, and international financial commitments are being eroded. Overseas development assistance is being cut significantly, and the global financing gap for the SDGs stands at $4 trillion. Yet, when it comes to war, funding is never short supply. The stark contrast should give us pause. We must also address and confront the deep systemic inequalities, inequities embedded in our global economic and financial architecture. Yesterday's solutions are no match for today's crisis. A modern, just, inclusive financial and system must be created, one that recognizes small island states, understands them, and work in the interest of CITES. Debt forgiveness must be linked to measurable progress on resilience building. Samoa supports the incorporation of state contingent clauses in the debt instrument, allowing for suspension during crisis. We look forward to the timely implementation of the Sevilla commitment. Excellencies, non-communicable diseases are now the dominant health burden in Samoa and in the Pacific region. We welcome the high-level meeting on NCDs and call for targeted, integrated actions for CITES, especially in prevention, healthy food environments, and sustainable financing. Samoa has also developed the region's first national action plan for health security, aligning public health systems with climate adaptation and strengthening surveillance and response capacities. Excellencies, energy is both a driver and an accelerator for Samoa's sustainable development ambition. The digital transformation, including AI and data analytics, offer real opportunities to drive an inclusive, just energy transition, particularly through off-grid solutions and smarter energy planning. However, Samoa's level of indebtedness, often worsened by natural disasters, remains a pressing challenge. As disasters increase in intensity and frequency due to climate change, tools such as risk-informed early action partnership and multi-dimensional vulnerability index are critical. We urge swift appointments of members of the MVI Independent Expert Advisory Panel. Excellencies, Samoa remains a peaceful country, steadfast in our commitment to human rights and justice. We remain concerned by the ongoing wars, including Ukraine and Gaza, the terrible loss of civilian lives, displacement of people, as well as the destruction of infrastructure and the environment, is something we do not condone. The continued supply of weapons to fuel conflict must end. Due to consideration must be given to the long overdue reform of the Security Council. Excellencies, the tools of Bicon era can no longer ensure our collective future. At the regional level, our Blue Pacific has undertaken a review of its regional architecture to ensure it is well aligned to the ambitions of its 2050 strategy. As we pursue UN 80 initiative, it is important to recognize the regional strategy and find alignment. This can help increase the relevance and effectiveness of the UN. 80 years on, we call on the UN and the global community to work with Samoa to ensure our true resilience, where we can confidently engage as a global citizen, but be able to rely on our own national and regional efforts to pave a peaceful and a prosperous future for Samoa and the Pacific. We must choose courage over cautions, cooperation over indifferences, and delivery over delay. Guided by our charter, and anchored in our pillars of peace and security, human rights and development for all. Let us steer our global canoe with confidence, fueled by trust, cooperation, partnership, and our humanity. Thank you, and God bless.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Samoa. I now give the floor to His Excellency Amon Moira, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Trade of Zimbabwe.
Your Excellency Ms. Annelina Baerbock, President of the 80th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm humbled to issue this statement on behalf of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa. Let me warmly congratulate you, Madam President, on your election as President of the 80th Session of the Assembly. We are confident that under your stewardship, this milestone session will be remembered for renewed multilateral cooperation. Please be assured of Zimbabwe's support throughout your tenure. We also wish to pay tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Philemon Young, for his leadership during a period marked by heightened geopolitical tensions and a retreat from multilateralism. This 80th anniversary of the signing of the UN Charter is a timely opportunity for us to reflect upon the journey of the past 8 decades. The resolve of the 50 nations that gathered in San Francisco in 1945 was to save the world from the scourge of war and conflict. Today, 193 nations are here to be a witness that since then, the United Nations has endured as the legitimate multilateral institution to address issues of global interest and concern. Yet, we commemorate this milestone at a time of profound uncertainty when the world is confronted by escalating conflicts, economic slowdowns, increasing poverty, and widening inequality, humanitarian tragedies, and the vagaries of climate change. Madam President, on the principle of multilateralism, it is our collective responsibility to recommit to the principles and purposes of the UN Charter for the benefit of the present and future generations. As Zimbabwe, we have anchored our foreign policy on multilateralism, guided by the principle of sovereignty, equality, and peaceful coexistence among nations. We believe that no nation can prosper in isolation. Zimbabwe's participation in multilateral processes is therefore aimed at advancing peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development for the integrity, dignity, and prosperity for all humanity. We welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative on reforming the UN. The reform must allow the organization to evolve in line with contemporary realities, while strengthening and not diminishing the voice and participation of developing countries. Any reform that sidelines the aspirations of the Global South runs contrary to this very spirit of the UN Charter. For the United Nations to remain effective and responsive, its reform must be member state driven, inclusive, and anchored in the principle of sovereign equality of all member states. This anniversary must, therefore, serve as a solemn reminder that humanity achieves more by working together than working apart and working against each other. Madam President, on the principle of peace and security, It is clear that peace, development, and human rights can only be fully realized through the reform of global governance institutions. The global economic, political, and security architectures established after the Second World War no longer reflect today's realities. In 1945, a large percentage of the current UN member states, including Zimbabwe, were mere colonies. To this end, we reiterate Africa's long-standing call for the comprehensive reform of the United Nations Security Council. Africa's continued total exclusion from the permanent category and underrepresentation among non-permanent members is an aberration which requires urgent redress. Decisions on Africa cannot continue to be made without Africa at the table. We cannot go back to 1884 when Africa was on the menu. Madam President, Zimbabwe underscores the importance of enhanced cooperation between the Security Council and regional organizations, such as the African Union, to address the root causes of conflicts. We believe that sustainable peace cannot be achieved without advancing the women, peace and security, and youth in the agenda. In our region, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, we emphasize inclusive peace processes. We stand by the principle that peace is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice, equity, equality, and respect for human dignity. Working with other member states, Zimbabwe has contributed towards the resolution of conflicts in the region, including the spearheading of joint diplomatic efforts with the East African Community under the auspices of SADC in the search for peace in Eastern DRC. Our consistent contribution to UN peacekeeping missions in conflict areas is a testimony to our commitment towards peace and security for all. Zimbabwean peacekeepers have demonstrated a high degree of professionalism wherever they have been deployed. Guided by this legacy of commitment to peace, Zimbabwe has presented its candidature for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for the term 2027-2028, determined to share its experiences and make its contributions in promotion of a safe and secure world for all. We trust that our candidature merits the invaluable support of all member states at the election to be held in June 2026. Zimbabwe pursues a doctrine of friend to all and an enemy to none. As such, we are ready and available to work with all members of the United Nations for a peaceful and just world. Madam President, Zimbabwe was born out of a protracted liberation struggle which was armed for freedom and independence, hence its continued solidarity with the people of Palestine and the Western Sahara in their justified search for self-determination. The Palestinians have endured severe, sustained, and systematic injustices under the glare of the international community. This cannot continue. Time has come for the establishment of a lasting peace in the Middle East, especially the implementation of the two-state solution for the peaceful coexistence of both Israel and Palestine. Madam President, on the issue of sustainable development, Zimbabwe has a doctrine of leaving no one and no place behind, which defines the core of our national development trajectory. Guided by our national development strategy, we are undertaking comprehensive reforms and targeted investments to transform and build our country brick by brick, stone by stone, resulting in consistent GDP growth of around 6% for the past few years. Reforms to our critical economic sectors, including agriculture, mining, tourism, and manufacturing, have resulted in significant levels of investment, positively changing the lives and livelihoods of our people. Strengthening our social protection frameworks remain a top priority. The empowerment of women, youth and persons with disabilities, enhanced inclusivity and the broad participation in national development processes by all citizens. In addition to Zimbabwe's efforts, is its mainstreaming climate action across all development planning processes. Our focus is on expanding renewable energy use, strengthening early warning systems, scaling up climate-smart agriculture, upping our irrigation systems. Zimbabwe is ready and available to share with the UN member states our successful conservation agriculture technique that we call Pfumvudza Intwasa, which is climate smart as a model, which is among the best, including other economic empowerment models. Madam President, we reaffirm our commitment to the Paris Agreement and the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. As we approach COP30, Zimbabwe calls on all states to demonstrate greater ambition by enhancing their nationally determined contributions. Madam President, we welcome the adoption of our WAZA program of action for landlocked developing countries. We hope our commitment will be translated into tangible actions in line with the broader objective of reforming the international economic order to make it fairer, more inclusive and responsive to the need of developing countries. The role of ICT and AI in transforming lives and accelerating development is indisputable. It is, however, equally observed that criminals are using ICT for harmful behavior with serious destabilizing consequences to society. Zimbabwe therefore remains supportive for the establishment of frameworks and strategies to combat the use of technology for criminal purposes. The global dialogue on AI governance should assist all countries. We applaud the deliberate effort by the UN Secretary General towards optimizing the benefits of technology while minimizing the potential harmful effects of the same. On financial architecture, we reiterate our support for the commitments undertaken at the 4th International Conference on Financing Development in Seville, Spain. It is important that we implement these commitments and also operationalize the SDG stimulus. Without the means to implement our collective action, regression is inevitable. The global economic and financial system remains skewed against the global south, compounding debt distress and entrenching poverty. The reform of the international financial architecture is a critical necessity to unlock development finance, especially for the developing countries that have remained peripheral to the development chain. Madam President, we emphasize the importance of a fair and rules-based international trading system that ensures equitable opportunities for all nations, particularly developing countries. On the principle of human rights, we uphold the principle of all rights, civil, economic, political, and social, including cultural, that are interdependent and indivisible. We reject attempts to elevate some rights over others. We equally reject the selective, arbitrary, political, and biased application of human rights frameworks and standards. We reaffirm our support through the non-aligned movement for a legally binding covenant on the right to development, an essential framework to strengthen the global development agenda. In December 2024, Zimbabwe abolished the death penalty, reaffirming our commitment to the sanctity of human life. Madam President, despite our gallant efforts towards national prosperity, we have continued to face challenges occasioned by the illegal, unilateral, coercive measures imposed on us. We therefore reiterate the call for the unconditional removal of these unjustified and unwarranted sanctions on Zimbabwe and for Zimbabwe to realize its full potential. Our people have remained resilient against this adversity, Encouraged by the unwavering solidarity and support from our sister SADC countries and the African Union and other progressive partners across the world, we are greatly indebted to this magnanimous pillar of support. Zimbabwe also stands in solidarity with other nations under UCMs, especially the government and the people of Cuba, in their continued fight against one of the longest economic blockades. We reiterate our call for the removal of this comprehensive embargo. We welcome the designation of 4 December as the International Day Against Unilateral Coercive Measures. This should increase voices against the human cost of sanctions, reaffirm diplomacy over domination, and advocate for a return to legality, legitimacy, and multilateral cooperation. Madam President, the United Nations today stands at crossroads amid multiple and intersecting crises. However, let us seize this anniversary to renew our covenant for peace, recommit to development, and strengthen the pillars of multilateralism that truly serves we the people. The greatest lesson from COVID-19 pandemic was that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Similarly, our sustainable future is possible only when we leave no one and no place behind. Let us build the future we all want, the future we are all proud of. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Trade of Zimbabwe. I now give the floor to His Excellency Winston Peters, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister for Racing and Minister for Rail of New Zealand.
Madam President, 12 months ago, when delivering New Zealand's national statement, we said that never has it been more apparent just how much political leadership is required to respond to the international challenges we face. Political leadership is needed to restore trust in our domestic and international institutions, forge unity, maintain fragile social cohesion, and fill the gaps when the international community, through the United Nations, proves unable to. Traversing events during the past year, that leadership gap has only grown. The international order that has sustained peace for the past 80 years stands on the precipice of breaking down. The shift in the international order from rules to power continues its malignant path, while the Security Council is effectively paralysed on many of the acute geopolitical challenges it faces. This inability to act, largely a product of the veto power by the Permanent Five, impacts deeply on perceptions of the United Nations' broader legitimacy. And for a small state like New Zealand, whose security and prosperity for the past 80 years has relied on a functioning multilateral system, the erosion of that system is hugely troubling and costly. The United Nations as an organisation has grown enormously since its creation 8 decades ago, but its effectiveness has not kept pace with this growth. So it has found itself a bigger target from those who question the breadth of its ambitions, or from those who want to weaken the multilateral system itself. The United Nations reform effort needs to rise to the scale of its current structural, fiscal and geopolitical challenges. We will play our part as co-chair of the Mandate Implementation Review, because New Zealand, as a small state, wants the United Nations to carry out bold reforms that can restore its standing with member states. New Zealand is deeply troubled by the humanitarian disasters we see globally. While the international community's focus is rightly dominated by the suffering in Gaza and Ukraine, humanitarian crises in countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, Syria, Sudan and Myanmar lead us to a deeper concern. Our concern is that the effects of large-scale violence, displacement and famine will create further intergenerational cycles of violence in countries already racked by political instability and conflict. Nearly 17 million people require humanitarian aid in Syria, with a similarly large number displaced. Over 21 million Congolese require humanitarian support. In Sudan, more than 30 million people, some 65% of its population, require urgent humanitarian aid and protection. Basic services have collapsed, vaccination rates plummeted, and violence, including sexual violence, are endemic. Some 13 million Sudanese people have been displaced from their homes. In Myanmar, over 3.5 million people are internally displaced and 22 million in need of humanitarian assistance, making it the worst humanitarian crisis in Southeast Asia. These bold numbers are shocking to contemplate because they say that in too many places our shared humanity is held in contempt or worse. We need leadership that creates possibilities, not extinguishes them. Leadership that persuades rather than controls. And leadership that appeals to our better angels, not our worst instincts. We most of all need leadership that meets the common desire for shelter, sustenance, to live in peace, feel secure, and to live with the hope that their children will flourish. Most of all, we need leadership that is courageous. It was courageous leadership that saw Egyptian President Anwar Sadat address the Israeli Knesset in Jerusalem in November of 1977 to extol peace. Sadat will pay the ultimate sacrifice for his courage, but his country and Israel have benefited from his courage in the decades since. In that speech, Sadat said, and I quote, "The struggle which took us from war to war, from victims to more victims, until you and we have today reached the edge of a horrible abyss and a terrifying disaster unless together we seize this opportunity today of a durable peace based on justice." End of quotes. We again are on the edge of a horrible abyss in Gaza. But where, we ask, is the quality of leadership that can pull Israelis and Palestinians back from the abyss to project hope to the victims of this intolerable violence? Because without hope, the cycles of violence that fuel and perpetuate this never-ending conflict will not end. It will instead be a terrorist breeding ground, creating the next generation of recruits for those who only hate. That is the current context which the New Zealand government is considering the vexed question of Palestinian statehood. New Zealand is an enduring supporter of the two-state solution and Palestinian self-determination. Our long-standing policy is that Palestinian state recognition is a matter of when, not if. Now, we noted the announcements by some countries in July and August that they intended to recognise Palestinian statehood this week, now confirmed. We have also closely observed the Israeli government's actions in Gaza and on the West Bank following these earlier announcements. And we have listened carefully to the arguments made earlier this week at the Two-State Solution Conference. Palestinian statehood recognition is, however, uniquely complicated given it is embedded in a seemingly intractable, never-ending conflict situation. Very few New Zealanders can recall any period of sustainable peace in the Middle East during their lifetimes. And while New Zealand is furthest away from that conflict in the Middle East, we also acknowledge the strongly held views people have about it. New Zealanders were appalled by the barbarity of Hamas' attack on Israel citizens on October 7, 2023. The worst massacre in Israel's history, and Hamas have no plan and no place in any future Palestinian state. They know only hate. Today, nearly 2 years on from the horror inflicted that day, including the continued holding of Israeli hostages by Hamas, we are shocked to our core by harrowing images of famine in Gaza. We are also revolted by what can only be described as a grossly disproportionate response from the Israeli government. However, there is an old saying about a musical instrument that sums up well the vexed question of Palestinian statehood recognition. If the string is too tight, it will snap. But if it is too loose, the instrument will not play. Those countries who hope their earlier signalling of Palestinian statehood recognition would protect and promote the two-state solution have instead seen the Israeli government snap and continue its widely condemned military actions in Gaza, while continuing to develop illegal settlements on the West Bank in defiance of international law. The New Zealand government agrees with the ends sought by partners and acknowledges their good intentions. We commend to the leadership efforts of those countries trying to bring an end to the violence through their diplomatic efforts. We desperately want diplomacy to succeed, and we believe it is those countries with leverage who are most likely to achieve a breakthrough that would show global leadership. However, we do not believe that the current situation represents the last or even best chance to preserve the two-state solution. Rather, we think a future situation when Israeli and Palestinian political leadership is an asset, not a liability, and where other situational variables have shifted the current calculus away from conflict and towards peace, would be more conducive for recognising Palestinian statehood. Therein lies our dilemma over any decision to recognise Palestinian statehood now, because statehood recognition is an instrument for peace. As an instrument for peace, also does not play, because there are no fully legitimate and viable state of Palestine to recognise. Palestine does not fully meet the accepted criteria for a state, as it does not fully control its own territory or population. There is also no obvious link between more of the international community recognising the state of Palestine and the aimed objective of protecting the two-state solution. Indeed, what we have observed since partners' pronouncements reveals that recognising Palestine now will likely prove counterproductive. That is, Hamas resisting negotiation in the belief that it is winning the global propaganda war, while pushing Israel towards even more intransigent military positions. Recognition at this time, we also think, is open to political manipulation by both Hamas and Israel. Hamas will seek to portray our recognition of Palestine as a victory, as they have already done in response to partner announcements. Israel will claim the recognition rewards Hamas and that it removes pressure on them to release hostages and agree to a ceasefire. Ladies and gentlemen, because even now, after almost 2 years of this outrage, Hamas refused to give the hostages back. And then, like over 150 countries before it, New Zealand's recognition of Palestinian statehood now would serve as little more than an existential act of defiance against an unalterable state of affairs. We are not ready to make that gesture. Rather, the New Zealand government believes that it has one opportunity to recognise Palestinian statehood, and it would make better sense to do so when conditions offer greater prospects for peace and negotiation than at present. With a war raging, Hamas still in place, and no clarity on next steps, we do not think that time is now. We have, ever since the October 7 attacks, repeatedly demanded a ceasefire, the release of the remaining hostages, and for Israel to allow vital aid to flow into Gaza. That is where our focus remains. To that end, today, the New Zealand government announces a further significant financial contribution to support the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Our focus will not shift from where it's needed most. In Gaza, right now, aid must flow and the violence must cease. Ultimately, however, if leaders and their people do not covet peace or cannot overcome their hate, no actions taken by us will shift them from their destructive and ruinous path. But if they do covet peace, and when we see action, not in the form of rhetoric, but of agreements, and when statehood emerges, then institutions to support it, New Zealand will then recognise Palestinian statehood. Colleagues, our focus on the leadership gaps that exist in our troubled world goes directly to our responsibility as member states, large and small, to bolster the United Nations to ensure to our Charter's preamble, as it proclaims, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Our support for the United Nations has remained unwavering since the creation in San Francisco. Keeping the spirit of San Francisco alive is the work of us all, because the United Nations, as was once said, remains our greatest hope for future peace. And now is the time for those of us who believe in multilateralism not to compromise it, but to stand up and to fight for it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al ministro.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of New Zealand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Kakukwaja Leon Adon, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Côte d'Ivoire.
Madame Annalena Baerbock.
President of the General Assembly, Ms. Annalena Baerbock. Excellencies, Heads of State and Government. Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to extend to you the warm greetings of Côte d'Ivoire on the occasion of this session, as we mark the 80th anniversary of our common organization, the United Nations. Madam President, Ms. Annalena Baerbock, we'd like to extend to you our warm congratulations on your stellar election to lead this important session. Rest assured, you have Côte d'Ivoire's full support as you fulfill your mission. I'd also like to pay a glowing tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Philemon Yang. We congratulate him on the high caliber of the work he conducted throughout his term. I would like to extend our greetings in particular to Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General, for his commitment to the ideals of our organization. As we celebrate 8 decades of achievements of our noble organization in the service of our nations, our recognition also extends to the UN's founding fathers, to successive Secretary Generals, and all staff who selflessly served our organization, sometimes paying with their lives. My country would like to use this very special occasion, which brings us together, to honor the memory of 2 illustrious sons of the African continent, Secretary Generals Boutros Boutros-Ghali and Kofi Annan. Their actions radically transformed the United Nations at a pivotal moment in its history. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this session is without a doubt a decisive moment in the history of our organization, 8 decades after it was established with a view to enthroning peace and security in our world and promoting economic and social progress of our nations. Thus, we celebrate a world forged by the paths our countries have traveled within the United Nations, as well as the resilience of our organization, which has lived through turbulent times in its history. For this very reason, Côte d'Ivoire would like to commend the relevance of the theme chosen for this year at a time when the international political architecture is undergoing serious upheaval, which is hitting our organization very hard. Ever since it was established in 1945, the United Nations, propelled by the faith of its member states in multilateralism and international solidarity, as well as their determination to build a better world than that was bequeathed to them by the Second World War, well, the organization has managed to make great progress in discharging its mandate. Against this backdrop, the United Nations shaped the fates of many people and countries by contributing to them acceding to independence and international sovereignty. The United Nations also went to great lengths for 8 decades now, to shield our planet from any new global conflict, as well as from any recourse to nuclear weapons. My country applauds the essential action and the crucial role of the United Nations and regional partners as regards the prevention and peaceful settlement of disputes, as well as the deployment of peacekeeping and peace-building operations. In a similar fashion, Côte d'Ivoire welcomes the fact that it has been able to contribute to various UN missions over the last few years. We are also proud to be a party to most chemical, biological, and nuclear ban and elimination treaties. At a time when conflicts and disputes have not abated, the United Nations have constantly been the best framework for our common efforts aimed at peace and security. The commitments helped us to prevent and to circumscribe many a conflict. Nonetheless, they didn't always produce the expected results, nor did they always prevent tragedies. I'm referring in particular to the genocide of the Tutsis in Rwanda between April and July 1994, which left an indelible impression on humanity. And I'd like to recall the pressing need to work together against all forms of conflicts and armed crises. President, ladies and gentlemen, as regards development and social progress, the United Nations rallied all partners behind vast initiatives aimed at supporting developing countries. This unswerving, multifaceted support from the United Nations helped many countries to establish their vital social sectors, education, health, and to accelerate the fight against poverty, hunger, global warming, and the various inequalities which sap their progress. Furthermore, in keeping with the mobilization promoted by the United Nations, decades of commitments on the part of the Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank, and the IMF have broadened the spectrum of resources being funneled to the development of our countries. My country, Côte d'Ivoire, welcomes important initiatives launched by the United Nations, and in particular, the International Development Decades, the Millennium Development Goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Agreement covering climate change. In a similar vein, Côte d'Ivoire applauds the multifaceted humanitarian activities of the United Nations, which regularly save thousands of lives in instances of natural disasters and conflicts affecting many countries. Indeed, thanks to its specialized agencies, in particular the WFP, the HCR, the WHO, UNICEF, and OCHA, the United Nations remains the best structured, most universal global humanitarian assistance actor, a powerful symbol of international solidarity, that advocated for by the UN Charter. Decades of action, that's what we're celebrating throughout this session. They offer my country an opportunity to take stock of the important role played by the United Nations in strengthening the exercise of human rights and democracy the world over, as well as the United Nations' vast efforts aimed at ensuring respect for international law, which is the very bedrock for peaceful relations imbued with solidarity, bringing together different countries. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, after 80 years in existence, our organization today finds itself at a crossroads. It is confronted with the most serious liquidity crisis in its history, as well as an unprecedented crisis of trust, in particular a crisis of trust in the Security Council. Under these conditions, the coming decades will throw up major challenges which will put to the test the organization's capacity to respond to people's expectations and to fulfill its mission. Given the world's unpredictable trajectory and the weakening of multilateralism, there is a pressing need now more than ever to restore the effectiveness of the United Nations on the basis of inclusive and equitable multilateralism. With this in mind, my country invites member states to reclaim the ideals enshrined in the UN Charter, as well as the constraints that fall to them as regards Charter implementation. We call on member states to revive solidarity which has always steered our actions. This is the collective commitment which will allow us, and of this I'm certain, to tackle global challenges such as climate change, terrorism, scarce development financing, information wars, and regulation of artificial intelligence. Regarding the latter, a source of many hopes and fears, Côte d'Ivoire welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future and the annexes thereto, as well as the Global Digital Compact, regulating the use of artificial intelligence, AI. We call for the adoption of binding universal standards so as to regulate the use of AI and digital technologies to ensure that it is used to achieve development for the benefit of all. The UN's effectiveness during this critical period calls for, as a matter of priority, the completion of Security Council reform. The paralysis of this major organ consigns the United Nations and regional organizations to powerlessness. It pushes further away all prospects of peace and the lasting settlement of conflicts and the resolution of global challenges which threaten international peace and security. Now, more than ever, Security Council reform is vital for us to be able to adapt to new international realities and to strengthen the Security Council's legitimacy. Given the impasse which characterizes the negotiations process that's been underway for a number of decades, my country would like to reiterate its call for Security Council reform, which would first and foremost grant Africa its rightful place across all categories of this body, in keeping with the common African position expressed in the Eswatini Consensus and the SEAT Declaration. Today, more than ever, the world needs a Security Council that is fully functional, so as to be able to craft just solutions to the conflicts consuming humanity. The reform impetus, which aims to mark the renewal of multilateralism, must also extend to global economic and financial governance through the reform of the Bretton Woods institutions and, more broadly, international financial architecture. Côte d'Ivoire welcomes Africa's accession to the G20, a major step forward. We call for everyone to courageously rally, especially our bilateral and multilateral partners, to rally so as to make up for the precipitous drop in the resources being allocated to financing development, especially in the countries of the South. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership, the visionary leadership of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, we remain resolutely committed to respecting our obligations stemming from the UN Charter. We are attentive to the impact of geopolitical upheaval that is fracturing our world. Despite this downcast international context, Ivorians are tirelessly continuing their efforts so as to complete the process of building a stable, inclusive, resilient, and prosperous nation. On this note, my country would like to once again express its recognition and gratitude to the United Nations, which, thanks to the United Nations operation in Côte d'Ivoire, UNOSI, contributed to the restoration of peace after a decade of socio-political crisis in my country. On security, Côte d'Ivoire is currently a secure country. Today, we are welcoming, under decent conditions, conditions of dignity, thousands of people who are fleeing terrorist attacks in the Sahel region. Turning now to the economy. My country's GDP growth is dynamic. The Alassane Ouattara government is taking action to accelerate the structural economic transformation of my country, making Côte d'Ivoire more competitive, equitable, and inclusive. Within this framework, ambitious policies to reduce poverty and to improve the living conditions of Ivorians, in particular the most vulnerable, have meant that Côte d'Ivoire is in the top 3 countries in terms of Sustainable Development Goal Index progress. This is between 2015 and 2024. Moreover, we've significantly invested in human capital over the last few years. This has meant that Côte d'Ivoire has shown the biggest improvement in Africa, reaching 4th place in the world's Human Development Index. Our political environment is peaceful thanks to the dialogue that the government has been continuously promoting since 2011, as well as thanks to large-scale reforms modernizing our political life, thanks to which political parties and our civil society are freely conducting their work throughout our territory. The human rights state of affairs is satisfactory. It is being consolidated thanks to the reaffirmed independence of the judiciary, as well as to the strengthening of our regulatory and institutional framework, as well as streamlined access to justice. Madam President, following over a decade characterized by significant economic and social reforms, as well as large-scale infrastructure projects which transformed Côte d'Ivoire's image, laying the groundwork for irreversible development, our country now intends to work on locking in democratic values and consolidating institutions. On this note, we are emphasizing the definitive entrenchment of the rule of law in our country, especially as regards the practice of politics, so as to ensure that democracy and peace are irreversible, preserved for the benefit of our young people and future generations. It is in this spirit that this spirit is what characterizes the electoral process underway in the run-up to the presidential election scheduled for 25th October 2025. Everything is being done to ensure that this vote, which consecrates my country's democratic maturity, takes place as transparently and peacefully as possible. I thank you for listening to me so graciously.
Muchas gracias al señor.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Côte d'Ivoire. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Sayani, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bahrain.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellency, Ms. Annalena Baerbock, President of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. It gives me great pleasure to congratulate you, Your Excellency, on your election as President of the session, wishing you every success in conducting its work. I would also like to thank Your Excellency, the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his tireless efforts to strengthen the role of the United Nations in addressing contemporary international issues. Madam President, this 80th session of the General Assembly is convened while the world is facing accelerating transformations and complex challenges. This includes geopolitical tensions, armed conflicts, climate change, and major political and economic crises. All of them have great humanitarian repercussions. This situation requires collective effort to strengthen international solidarity, to deepen dialogue and understanding, and to uphold international law for a brighter future for humanity. In this context, the Kingdom of Bahrain, under the leadership of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, and with the support of His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, reaffirms its commitment to strengthen multilateral cooperation, upholding international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter. We're committed to deepening our strategic partnership with the United Nations and its agencies in order to fulfill our shared aspirations for peace, security, and sustainable prosperity. The work of this session coincides with my country's election as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for the coming 2 years, with 99.5% of votes in the General Assembly. This is a precious expression of international confidence that we highly value. We thank all countries on their support and confidence. My country is also preparing and looking forward to hosting the forthcoming GCC summit this December, thereby reinforcing its role as a key partner in advancing regional and international peace, security, and coexistence within stable, sustainable, and prosperous societies. From this vein, the Kingdom of Bahrain sets forth its vision under the leadership of His Majesty the King for regional and global peace, coexistence, and prosperity. This vision is deeply rooted in our historical and civilizational heritage, our human values, and our balanced diplomatic approach. This is aligned with the principles of the UN Charter and international law. We firmly believe in peace. We firmly believe that any conflict can only find a lasting solution through direct negotiations, political will, and a spirit of compromise. For this reason, we welcome all sincere initiatives for mediation and dialogue, proceeding from our belief that diplomacy is the only path to end the cycles of death and destruction. It will help shape a future of dignity and hope for future generations. The Kingdom of Bahrain seeks to advance this vision through the following main pillars. First, a commitment to the peaceful settlement of conflicts, especially in the Middle East. The Kingdom of Bahrain calls for a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We call for the protection of civilians, the immediate release of hostages and detainees. We call for expediting the sustained delivery of humanitarian aid, the implementation of the Arab and Islamic Plan for recovery and reconstruction in the Strip, and the firm rejection of any forced displacement schemes. We also reject any settlement expansion or attempts to alter the historical and religious status quo of Jerusalem, a city that has embraced divine faiths throughout history. My country warns of the repercussions of the war in Gaza on regional stability and global interests. We condemned the Israeli attack on the brotherly state of Qatar, which has long played a recognized role in mediation, together with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America. They aim to reach a lasting ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and secure the release of hostages and detainees. Accordingly, my country calls for negotiations and diplomatic solutions as the path to resolving the Palestinian question in line with the rules of international law and the UN Charter. We urge the international community to respond to the initiative endorsed by the 33rd Arab Summit, the Bahrain Summit, that calls for an international peace conference in the Middle East. This would lead to direct negotiations leading to a comprehensive and sustainable solution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The Kingdom of Bahrain welcomes the decision of the General Assembly to endorse the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the Palestinian question and the implementation of the two-state solution. We commend the growing international recognition of the State of Palestine and the concerted efforts undertaken by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic in this regard. Bahrain further emphasizes the need for peaceful solutions to the crises in Syria, Lebanon, Sudan, Libya, Yemen, Somalia, and beyond, in a manner that guarantees their sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity. It must also secure their people's rights to stability and sustainable development. This approach is based on the principles of good neighborliness, non-interference in internal affairs of other countries, and the rejection of the use of or threat of use of force. The Kingdom also affirms the importance of joint action to rid the Middle East of weapons of mass destruction. It should be spared the risks of any arms race or military escalation. We call for the resumption of U.S.-Iranian negotiations to resolve the Iranian nuclear file in a manner that promotes global peace and security. The second pillar is the promotion of a culture of peace, tolerance, coexistence, and dialogue between religions and cultures. This would be pursuant to the principles of the Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration on Freedom of Religion and Belief. We call for an international convention to combat religious hate speech and racism, and banning the abuse of digital platforms to incite extremism, radicalism, or terrorism. Turning to the third pillar of the Kingdom of Bahrain's vision, it is related to strengthening international strategic partnerships for security, peace, and prosperity. In this regard, we take pride in the Comprehensive Security, Integration, and Prosperity Agreement, CCPA, signed between the Kingdom of Bahrain and the United States of America, along with the United Kingdom. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, described it as a launching point for a multilateral framework that brings together like-minded states to achieve stability and prosperity, and an effective model of a comprehensive vision based on mutual respect and common goals. My country seeks to enhance partnerships with states, organizations, and regional and international groupings. This aims at combating terrorism, strengthening cybersecurity, and ensuring food and water security. We also seek to promote digital innovation and artificial intelligence with the aim of providing a safe, stable, prosperous, and sustainable environment. The fourth pillar reaffirms my country's commitment to strengthening international cooperation for sustainable development and humanitarian solidarity. This includes tackling poverty around the world. The Royal Humanitarian Foundation in the Kingdom of Bahrain undertakes the implementation of numerous health, education, and relief projects worldwide. The Kingdom is also pursuing the implementation of its initiative endorsed by the Bahrain Summit to provide health and education assistance to those affected by conflicts and disputes in the region. This supports the SDGs to ensure that no one is left behind. The Kingdom of Bahrain, proud of its fruitful cooperation with the United Nations, reaffirms its commitment to sharing its experience as a leading model of reform and constant development. We work on modernizing legislations, providing a homeland of tolerance, coexistence, religious freedom, and humanitarian work. We in the Kingdom of Bahrain are proud that reform and development have not been mere slogans, but have become a reality experienced by the Bahraini citizen. Our youth are leading digital innovation. Our women are assuming leadership positions. Our society presents a model of coexistence and pluralism. My country's government's goal has always been to ensure for our citizens a dignified life in housing, work, education, and health, because we believe that human dignity is the foundation of national prosperity. The same spirit should be the starting point for building a more cooperative and stable region. My country has strengthened the rule of law and constitutional institutions. We have made notable progress across all areas of human rights. We take pride in our pioneering initiatives such as the alternative sentencing measures, the open prisons, the special court for children, the programs supportive for women, families, and children, in addition to an advanced legislative system. Our economy continues to diversify away from oil with a growing contribution from non-oil sectors and increasing foreign investment. This reflects a growing international confidence. As to the digital sphere, Bahrain ranks among global leaders in innovation, digital transformation, and cybersecurity. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, in his address before the General Assembly last year, called for the adoption of an international convention to regulate and govern the development of AI. My country takes pride in the abilities and competence of its youth. We have adopted numerous pioneering initiatives to empower the youth, such as the King Hamad Award for Youth Empowerment in partnership with the United Nations, the launch of the Global Youth Competitiveness Support Network, the HOPE Network, and we supported the advancement of women through the launch of Her Royal Highness Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa Global Award for Women's Empowerment, now in its third edition. This comes in addition to our membership in the Executive Board of UN Women for the coming 3 years. Turning to the environmental field, we reaffirm our commitment to achieving net zero carbon neutrality by 2060 through investment in clean energy and green technologies. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, What Bahrain is building domestically in terms of reform and development is an extension of our broader global vision. Building a more just, tolerant, and sustainable society in Bahrain is a direct contribution to creating a more stable and secure Middle East and a more cooperative and equitable world. From this podium, the Kingdom of Bahrain renews its commitment to the United Nations Charter. We are keen to strengthen cooperation with the organization through the Strategic Partnership Framework for Sustainable Development, signed with more than 21 UN agencies. As His Majesty the King underlined in his message on the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Bahrain takes pride in its membership. It is determined to achieve shared humanitarian and development international goals and to strengthen strategic partnerships for a future of peace, justice, and prosperity for the peoples of the world. From this standpoint, my country calls for the reform of the UN system to enhance its effectiveness, transparency, to maintain international peace and security. We need to ensure the representation of developing countries in decision-making. My country, throughout its upcoming non-permanent membership in the Security Council, is committed to promoting dialogue, building bridges of peace, consolidating tolerance and coexistence, supporting the protection and promotion of human rights, advancing sustainable development, and enhancing the Council's efficiency in addressing global challenges. The decisions we take in this session do not only shape our present, but will determine the fate of generations yet unborn. Will they inherit a world torn apart by conflict and division, or a homeland of peace, prosperity, and human cooperation? Let us work together to realize the essence of this session's theme, Better Together. Better together to rise up to the human values enshrined in the UN Charter. That brings us together. Let us make this 80th session of the General Assembly a turning point toward a more just and humane international order, with peace that upholds dignity and fulfills the aspirations of our peoples, that brings prosperity that secures our shared future. The coming generations deserve a world that embraces their dreams, unrestrained by fear and unburdened by conflict. We pray to Almighty God to guide us all to outcomes which bring goodness and progress for all humanity in a world that is safer, more just, more sustainable, and more prosperous. Thank you. Peace be upon you.
Muchas gracias
My thanks go to the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bahrain. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ivan Gil Pinto, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Venezuela stands here talking to the world with a sense of truth. Over 5 centuries, the history of our homeland has been marked by one key ideal. That is the goal of achieving a society in which equality, justice, and freedom reign. Simón Bolívar was the greatest man to ever have been born on American soil. He, in word and in deed, universalized the spirit and what it meant to be Latin American and Caribbean. His was the ideal that the world should live in balance, that any and all struggle for a better society must have as its homecoming port, its final destination, peace. Mr. President, the first vessels that arrived on our Caribbean shores came to bring us under control. They subjugated our ancestors for 300 years. More than 90 million indigenous inhabitants were exterminated. There began our long struggle to resist colonialism and humiliation. 3 centuries later, the Liberation Army, comprising black people, indigenous peoples, white people, mestizos, it was an army in which slaves, peasants, and free men from across the continent stood side by side as equals. They came up from the coasts of the Caribbean Sea and rose up to Ayacucho and its mountains to free South America once and for all. Mr. President, we have been a country that has learned to struggle for its own destiny and control thereof. In the 20th century, we saw the beginning of a blockade on our coastlines in the Caribbean Sea and a coup d'etat against our nationalist general, Cipriano Castro, that was financed by oil companies and the government of the United States. The 20th century was one of bitter disputes between the ideal held by a nation that demanded the sovereign right to enjoy its own wealth for its own development and puppet governments that subjugated the country to foreign and imperialist interests. These governments sold our nation down the river and as such plunged Venezuela for decades into the most abject misery, poverty and repression. It was at the end of last century, in 1999, that the Venezuelan people succeeded in giving shape to the historic strength it had built up over decades of struggle. They ushered in a project for an independent, just and sovereign nation. That project drew upon the original ideals of Bolívar and was led by an extraordinary leader, Commander Hugo Chavez. And the project proved itself able to compel a people's movement to rise up to wage a peaceful and democratic revolution. Mr. President, since the very beginning, President Chavez bravely led a nationalist sovereign oil policy and undertook an epic journey to get OPEC back on its feet as a major multilateral instrument and a guarantee for global energy security. Today, 26 years later, global public opinion and the peoples of the world are acutely aware of everything done by the United States government to topple Commander Chavez and everything it did to lay waste to the historic project of liberation that's been supported and given new mandates time and time again by the Venezuelan people in 32 elections. With the passing of President Chavez, the people in myriad electoral and political events have reaffirmed their staunch support for the historic Venezuelan emancipation project, which is now in the hands of President Nicolás Maduro. It is also widely documented and known to all that war has been waged upon us in myriad forms. There is the criminal aggression that in the last decade has been waged against Venezuela to allow external powers to get their hands on Venezuela's natural resources and usher in a so-called regime change. There have been countless aggressions, Madam President, against Venezuela in recent years, actions seeking to destabilize the nation, plots, conspiracies. These included an assassination attempt using drones. There's been the economic war, whose most cruel form has been the 1,042 sanctions that are criminally imposed upon our oil industry and the productive sectors of our nation. We've also seen several incursions using mercenaries. In addition to all of the above, now we have an absolutely illegal and completely immoral military threat hanging over our heads. That threat is a violation of the United Nations Charter as well as of the rights of Venezuela as a sovereign state, and it is even a violation of the very laws of the United States itself. Venezuela thanks this General Assembly for the solidarity shown to it by the overwhelming majority. The governments of the world and the peoples of the world have shown us that solidarity. I'm thinking particularly of CELAC, BRICS, and the non-aligned movements. All of these peoples and all of these groups have repudiated these immoral threats and have supported Venezuelan democracy and Venezuela's right to peace and development. Madam President, in these early decades of the 21st century, we have seen false and tasteless justifications invoked to invade our sisterly country, Iraq. We have witnessed the bombing and destruction of Libya and the 20-year invasion of Afghanistan. The aggression waged by global powers has not let up for even a second. As such, a short while ago, we saw the criminal and cunning bombing of the peaceful Islamic Republic of Iran. Today, the target of this aggression is now Venezuela, a peaceful country built on solidarity. In view of the fact that Venezuela cannot be accused of having weapons of mass destruction or nuclear weapons, today unbecoming and perverse lies are being levelled against us that no one believes. No one in the United States believes them, or in the world as a whole. They're being invoked to justify a billion-dollar military threat, which is despicable, outlandish and immoral. Consequently, we're once again grateful to global public opinion and the public opinion of the United States. We're also grateful to the governments and the peoples of the world that are speaking out against this attempt to bring war to the Caribbean and South America in order to usher in a regime change which will allow external powers to rob the immeasurable oil and gas wealth of Venezuela. We are not surprised, Madam President. We are all well aware that the people of the United States have time and time again voted for governments that promised to bring peace and put an end to eternal war. Governments that promised to devote themselves to resolving internal problems. Poverty, the addiction epidemic, unemployment and inequality, which today characterize the U.S. and its society. And we've seen time and time again how the noble people of the United States have been disappointed. For this reason, today, Venezuela wishes to reaffirm it is dedicated to peace as Simón Bolívar was. We are devoted to our self-determination, and on the basis of the United Nations Charter, we once again affirm that we have a right to defend our sovereignty and to defend peace in the Caribbean and across South America. Venezuela is part of this new pluripolar world that has been ushered in. Simón Bolívar in 1824, in the altitudes of Junín, was driven forward by the same ideal when, on the eve of a decisive battle, said to his soldiers, "Peru and the whole of America is clinging to you as a hope for peace, the daughter of victory. Even liberal Europe is watching you, enchanted under a spell, because the freedom of the New World is a hope harbored by the universe as a whole." President, Venezuela defends, struggles always, and works for a world of balance, justice, and equality, a world free of colonial empires. It was Chavez who was the great driver of the process to usher in such a world on our continent. He did so by founding Petrocaribe, ALBA TCP, and the Union of South American Nations, UNASUR, as well as the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States. The people of Venezuela are a peace-loving people, and for this reason, they are always ready to defend that peace. We are not intimidated by threats, lies, or cannons. The love for freedom courses through our very veins. Bolívar taught us to espouse those ideals when in 1818, in the face of a threat levelled against him by an impudent Washington envoy, said, and here I quote, "It would seem to me, sir, that you are attempting to force me to insult you in return. I will not. But what I will tell you is that I will not allow this contempt to be shown for the government of Venezuela or this scorn for our rights. Fortunately, I have quite frequently seen a handful of free men vanquish powerful empires." End quote. President, the revolutionary government of President Nicolas Maduro fully reaffirms its commitment to building this world which respects international law, a world free of hegemonic empires or warmongering empires, a world in which the people of the global south are able to enjoy their right to peace and future. We stand in solidarity with the heroic people of Palestine, and we call for the end of the genocide waged by Israel's Zionist regime. We condemn attacks against the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Cuba, and we demand that, as the rest of the world does, the lifting of this murderous and criminal blockade. Moreover, we once again express our unwavering solidarity with the people of Nicaragua, who are worthy heirs to the legacy of Augusto Cesar Sandino. We call for the complete, immediate and unconditional lifting of the unilateral coercive measures imposed upon the brotherly republics of Belarus, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Eritrea, Iran and Zimbabwe. Mr. President, we support President Putin and the noble Russian people in their struggle against neo-Nazism and the militarist aggression of the Western world. We support the initiatives of President Xi Jinping to build a community whose destiny we share. We reaffirm our historic position, that is, that we support the brave Argentine people in their struggle to reclaim the Malvinas Islands. We support them in their struggle to ensure that Argentina does not become a foreign military base that threatens peace on the continent. We reaffirm the stance of the great liberator Simón Bolívar. He said, just as we do, that sooner rather than later we must achieve the definitive emancipation of the people of Puerto Rico, and we must found an independent, free and sovereign republic there. We also renew our support for the rightful cause of the Sahrawi people. Moreover, we here reaffirm our total commitment to the Group of Friends in defense of the Charter of the United Nations. That group comprises governments that seek to rescue the system of the United Nations that is now on a dangerous path of decline, which may dangerously culminate in the extinction of the United Nations. The Nazis of today, just like the Nazis of Hitler yesterday, are working to destroy the United Nations. We are striving to restore its dignity and to make it ever stronger. President, today we reaffirm that the Venezuelan people will continue upon the path that they have freely chosen for themselves. The world must know that Venezuela is prepared to continue walking the path opened up for them by Simón Bolívar and the freedom fighters of America. We have given shape to a powerful national union. We stand together. We say before the world that Venezuela has never been, is not, nor will it ever be a threat for any nation whatsoever. Venezuela has been, is, and always will be a beacon of hope in terms of building a new humankind, building a world of equals without empires, with no blackmail and no threats. We will usher in a world where colonialism, slavery and exploitation are vanquished once and for all, a world in which peace can grow stronger, and, as the poet and Venezuelan singer Ali Primera said, a world where humankind is human. Thank you, President.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dhananjay Ramphumi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mauritius.
Your Excellency, the President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. 80 years ago, in the aftermath of the atrocities and horrors of the deadliest conflict in human history, the UN Charter was signed as a promise that future generations will be spared from the scourge of war, states would pursue global peace, international cooperation would be the cornerstone of our shared prosperity and progress, and human rights would be protected. The theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, resonates deeply with these founding ideals of our organization. There can be no peace without development, no development without peace, and neither peace nor development are sustainable without respect for human rights. The UN has stood as a beacon of hope by, amongst others, catalyzing decolonization, adopting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, deploying over 70 peacekeeping operations, leading global efforts in times of pandemic, providing food aid to millions of people, and working in over 170 countries to help eradicate poverty, reduce inequalities, and build resilience. These are not just facts and figures, these are testimonies of what we can achieve by working together in good faith with a common purpose. These are demonstrations of how the UN is making a difference in people's lives. Unfortunately, behind these figures also hides the continued suffering of hundreds of millions of our fellow humans living in conflict zones, subject to violations of their human rights, and for whom basic human needs remain a dream. The winds of conflicts are blowing across almost all continents, all marked with blatant violations of international law. Each of them represents the failure of humanity to protect its most vulnerable. Each of them is a failure of diplomacy and the upholding of international law. In addition, protectionism and the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic have put at stake the livelihoods of millions of people, especially in the developing world. Chair, relations between states should not be a zero-sum game. For the last 80 years, the UN has been a forum that allowed coordination and harmonization in the pursuit of common goals. For the continued relevance of the multilateral decision-making system, its legitimacy has to be restored. It should respond to the needs of all, and especially the Global South. We welcome the holding of the various conferences this year, bringing together the world community to chart the path for future cooperation for our common good. For instance, we met in Nice for the Ocean Conference and in Sevilla for the Conference on Financing for Development. Later this year, we will meet in Doha for the World Social Summit and in Belém for COP30. It is, however, unfortunate that we missed the opportunity to conclude the Treaty on Plastic Pollution and protect our planet. But then what matters is how far decisions are translated into concrete actions. Chair, the world today is facing what may be accurately described as a polycrisis. Persistent conflicts, climate emergencies, environmental degradation, growing inequalities, cybercriminality, exacerbated by artificial intelligence. This begs the question, is the UN, with its current operational structure, equipped to face the challenge? We need a more efficient and effective organization. I welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative, an opportunity to reimagine the future of multilateral cooperation, a UN system that responds to the new and complex challenges of today while preparing the ground for future generations. Mauritius supports the long overdue reforms of the Security Council and the revitalization of the General Assembly. Reform of the Security Council is essential for the future of the United Nations and global emancipation. As our organization turns 80, the Security Council membership should reflect the realities of today. It needs to be inclusive, representative, and accountable. Africa makes almost 30% of the UN membership. Yet, it is unrepresented in the permanent category in the Security Council. Africa has the legitimate right to have its say in matters of the world, with no less than 2 permanent seats on the Security Council. India has now emerged as a major global player and should have a permanent seat on the Council commensurate with its constructive role in global affairs. Mauritius also supports the G4 and the L69 in their efforts to promote a constructive dialogue on a more representative and equitable composition of the Security Council. Mr. President, Mauritius is fortunate to have a robust and viable democratic system. The new government elected in November last has been entrusted with the duty of making Mauritius better and bringing the people together, a mission that echoes well with the theme of this 80th session. Mauritius will continue to place people at the center of its national development, with particular focus on women, youth, and vulnerable groups. True prosperity can only be achieved when economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability advance together. Mauritius remains committed to this path. As a small island developing state, faced with the devastating impacts of climate change, external economic shocks, and geopolitical uncertainties, we value multilateralism. We value the role of the UN in shaping a world governed by the rule of law and not allowing the force of anarchy to take over. Chair, in 2015, we committed to the global ambition of ending poverty, protecting our planet, and ensuring that all people enjoy peace and prosperity through the UN Agenda 2030. We are just 5 years from our own deadline. Globally, the SDGs are far off track. Finance remains the major challenge faced by SIDS like Mauritius. We need long-term investment in sustainable development and strong multilateral cooperation. Climate change is a reality. Mauritius is not spared from its cataclysmic impact. Episodes of prolonged droughts, flash floods, and cyclones are more and more frequent. Air temperature has increased by up to 1.39 degrees Celsius. Sea level is rising by 8 millimeters per year compared to the global average of 3.3 millimeters. The socio-economic challenges posed with these irreversible changes are enormous for us to face alone. Amongst others, our tourism industry is affected, agricultural production is decreasing, and food security is real cause for concern. The historic advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on climate change last July is clear and unambiguous. We all have a responsibility to protect the climate system. Obligations under the Paris Agreement to provide financial support, technical assistance, and technology transfer are binding. Mauritius calls upon all member states to translate these legal obligations into concrete climate action and enhance support for the most vulnerable groups. The international community should ensure that the assistance that we need for adaptation, mitigation, and building our resilience are made available. Chair, we are pleased to note the greater recourse to the ICJ in recent years. We hope that the reforms agenda will include measures to increase its effectiveness in peaceful settlement of dispute. Mauritius particularly applauds the advisory opinion of the ICJ on the Chagos Archipelago, which paved the way for negotiations that led to the signature of an agreement in May this year between the governments of Mauritius and of the United Nations. This is a vindication of international law. In this context, Mauritius is strongly committed to protecting and preserving the pristine marine environment of the Chagos Archipelago. In this regard, it is in the process of establishing a Chagos Archipelago marine protected area, whilst taking into account the aspiration of Mauritian citizens of Chagosian origin to resettle in the Chagos Archipelago. Mauritius extends its deep appreciation for the support received from UN member states right from the early 70s up to the adoption of the UNGA resolution on the 22nd of May 2019 in support of the ICJ advisory opinion. Mr. President, Mauritius reiterates its principled and long-standing stance in support of the Palestinian cause, which led to our recognition of the State of Palestine in November 1988. 78 years after the adoption of General Assembly Resolution 181, the State of Palestine continues to be denied full membership of the United Nations. Mauritius welcomes the overwhelming support for a two-state solution and endorses the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. We call on the international community to spare no effort to achieve this solution. Chair, the transformative potential of AI and digital technologies are undeniable, but they also represent real challenges for contemporary society. AI's capabilities should be harnessed responsibly and collectively. There is need to build a global governance architecture through multilateral negotiations that will ensure safe, secure, ethical, and inclusive use of AI. Resource and capacity constraints of developing economies have to be acknowledged and addressed. The digital divide should not be allowed to widen further. We welcome the recent establishment of the UN Independent International Scientific Panel on AI and the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. Monsieur le Président,
President, I would like to reiterate my country's commitment to fully supporting regional cooperation as well as the pooling of the efforts of Indian Ocean Rim countries in the interest of all of us. This is our regional version of Better Together. Mauritius is honored to host on its territory the headquarters of two Indian Ocean country organizations, specifically the Indian Ocean Commission and the Indian Ocean Rim Association. In 2012, we concluded an agreement with the Seychelles, the aim being to co-manage a vast maritime area. We are now working on its implementation. I would like to recall that following the recognition of our sovereignty over the Chagos Archipelago by the United Kingdom, Mauritius now expects the same outcome as regards our sovereignty over the island of Tromelin.
Chair, let me reiterate our strong conviction that we are indeed better together. And to continue to be better together, we must adapt, reform, and reinvigorate the UN. In this regard, the Pact for the Future charts a new course for international cooperation. Let us rise to the challenge. Let us be bold in our actions, compassionate in our leadership, and united in our resolve. No one should be left behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al Ministro de Relaciones.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mauritius. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Robert Golan Edop Yusei, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Togo.
Madam the President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, distinguished Head of Delegation, Mr. Secretary General of United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, I would first like, on behalf of the President of the Council of Togo, His Excellency Faure Nanyazingbe, the government and the people of Togo, to extend our warm congratulations to Madame Analeka on her election as the President of this 80th session of our General Assembly. Faced with the many challenges confronting our common organization, Madam President, I wish to assure you of my country's full support and express my deep conviction that your leadership and relational intelligence will enable you to successfully lead the work of this session. I also wish to pay well-deserved tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Yang, for the practical wisdom and constant availability we demonstrated in leading the work of the 79th session. It's also particularly pleasing for me to commend the effort to the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, to revitalize our common institution, whose effectively is threatened by the return of unilateralism and the law of force to the detriment of the force of international legality. In an international context of extreme confusion, where everything is upside down, it's not easy to be Secretary General of the United Nations. That is why Togo gives you its full support. Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, how can I possibly talk to you about global affairs without talking about the remarkable performance of our country, Togo? Rest assured that Togo is doing fine. Togo is doing better than some. In service of our populations, my country, Togo, has in recent years notched up significant achievements, progress that has been largely recognized by many. There is the implementation of the SDG agenda. The government has made Agenda 2030 not a simple reference framework, but rather the real lodestar of its public policy. More than 70% of the SDG's targets have now been integrated into national strategies, particularly through the government roadmap for 2020 to 2025. That roadmap comprises four key pillars: social development, economic development, environmental development, and governance. Some examples of our work now. We have reforms that have been done to improve the public finance management system and reforms of our public investment system, and to improve things on these fronts. We've done that has led to we've operationalized a one-stop shop for tax collection and submit digitized accounts and tax returns in one place. We have digital issuance of land deeds, and we have public-private partnership work, and that's increased public-private public-private partnership list the following reforms. You can have online meetings. We've reduced waiting time to process cases through the courts for business by the government of Togo under the aegis of my president in the 2025 roadmap. A number of projects that we can list before you. In Togo now 96 in the case since 2023. That's an increase of 19.23% on 2020. We've also seen the launch of universal. Now 3 million people are covered by such health insurance. 26% of people had access to drinking water in 2024. There is now a great deal more access to electricity, and that's reduced dependency on external sources. Has reduced to under 50%. 24% of the population are now living below the poverty line. In 2020, we've seen agricultural income increase in 2025. Our maize, rice, cassava and soya sectors have all seen their revenues increase by 30%. Protected against erosion. We've had a lot of roads tarmacked properly and restored across our territory. Could cite more and more examples to show you, as you will see. 50% of our coastline is actually protected against coastal erosion, for example. We've also planted 40 million more. Various achievements all form part of our implementation of our government roadmap, and all of these initiatives have allowed us to accelerate the pace of economic growth in Togo. So we under control. By way of an example, the 2024-2025 report of the UNDP on the Human Development Index emphasized income, education, and life expectancy. In the zone covered by the Economic Monetary Union, as having medium human development, and we are second in the region in the Human Development Index. In the on the Human Development Index. These results, ladies and gentlemen, Togolese government to combine economic resilience, social stability, and context, beset by manifold challenges. Madam President, my country is looking to the future with confidence. However, the efforts we've made in that regard are still at the Sahel and the whole of West Africa. I wish at this high rostrum to pay a much-deserved military that paid the ultimate price in. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2025, the United Nations marks and 80 years is the age at which you can say you've become mature and begin to look back at your life and progress made. We've walked a long way to overcome obstacles and usher in a fairer world. As such, the world cannot stand idly by and fail to heed cries we're hearing from all corners. Order imposed upon us by a handful of states to serve all manner of interests 8 decades ago. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, a theme for 2025, which was justice for Africans and African descendant persons through redress and reparations. Justice on the African continent, which needs to be understood through that lens. Africa is crying out for justice and redress. Is calling for justice as a result of having had its resources pillaged. Africa was humiliated through sons and daughters for more than 4 centuries. More than 20 million families were torn apart, and these 20 million Africans were brought to the Americas, where they were enslaved. These souls Africa is calling for justice. Justice, having history upturned through a century of colonialism. It was thrown off its calling for justice because it has paid with its blood and its own resources for the prosperity of other continents. And 90% of its cultural heritage is today in foreign, because African human remains remain in the hands of foreigners. Sacred laws of humankind. Africa is demanding justice because its of fascism in the 20th century was overlooked and cast aside when the United Nations was founded. The United Nations where we are today she was excluded and has been excluded for 80 years from the decision-making bodies across the globe. Africa is demanding justice because needs to properly represent all the peoples of the world.
Demands justice because its children continue to be victims of racism and humiliation around the world. As has been said, there exists a unique and unprecedented moral debt toward African people, which has never been so humiliated as it was through the enslavement of the Forbes and the colonization of Africa, the cradle of our human civilization. Soyez rassurés, mesdames.
Rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is not stuck in the past. We do not invoke the memory of slavery here and of old wounds. We invoke slavery and colonization to build a future of justice and equity for all. Straight the message I sought to convey above, I wish to begin Ladies and gentlemen, please look, if you will, at this world map. It is a map that all of us studied at school. This is the map right. To use a technical term, we call it the Mercator cartographer, who you all know, the cartographer Mercator. And you can see yourselves that on this, to understand the problem as an African man, candidly, we inherited from the 16th century, it reduces the African continent to about half its genuine size. At the same time, faithfully, Africa extends over 30 million square kilometers. In other words, 3 times the surface, scarcely any bigger, with a surface area of 30.3. There's 20% of Africa, the land surface area, 6%, 1.4 billion, soon we'll have 1.5 billion inhabitants. That's the reality. In 2025, or for about 18% of the global population. The size of Africa here is intentionally reduced. It seems the size of Greenland and Russia are also reduced. Or it's reduced. Africa has 54 continents, and we somehow think it's smaller than it actually is. Can contain the whole of the United States, Russia, India, France, Great Britain, and China. And ladies and gentlemen, in support of the African Union, we call for and we seek to do that with the campaign that we ask the United Nations to support. The name of that campaign is Be Decolonized. There needs to be a new political map of Africa.
You also understand why at the second September in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Africa and the Caribbean reaffirmed their determination to put the at the service of reparative justice for Africans and African descendants. The creation of an African Union Decade for Justice for African and African put our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean who grasped the meaning of this struggle. For the cause of reparation, we will advance in more effectively. This too is the essence. Justice and for the cause of reparations. It was the same test for justice to submit to the deliberative bodies adopted by the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of our continental organization, classify slavery, deportation, and colonization as crimes against people of Africa. This decision marks a major event for it counters the logical whereby the term of the debate and names the crimes rather than the hateful hair, the flesh. Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations must not remain in because the crimes and injustices from the past that are not met with crises and conflicts in our age and will fuel those to come even later still. Current crises are not resolved because people live with the memory of the past is part of the remedy we need to apply if we are to restore peace to our world and resilience and hope. Africa embodies this bitter need for reparative justice. Through tangible actions to bring about reparations is a vital step and full social cohesion. It is for this very reason that from this high rostrum call global public opinion to action. I wish to pique your conscience. You must show the courage. Africa is standing before the world and demanding reparations, calling for reparations is an act of working for the good of humankind and for is to repair history. Repairing history is a step to lifting obstacles so that justice. Asking for reparations is an act of dismantling systems based on exploitation that can is to save the world from forgetting its own history and keeping the memory of millions of peoples alive. To correct the damage done to us in the past, we're seeking to free the world from discrimination and racism. We're seeking to the denial of justice. We expect reparations from the world. There are those as a result of the Atlantic slave trade. Must also involve the proper reform of global trade systems and global economic and financial to allow just and equitable representation of Africa in international bodies. That we demand from this rostrum should not simply comprise material compensation in education, infrastructure, healthcare, science and technology. Develop and to cease to lag behind and to fully enjoy its potential by heads of state and government representing the peoples of the world as when they met together here in New York, we underscored the need to make it more representative and tailored to today's world. We now need to move from word to deed. And is all about correcting the historic injustice done to Africa and other granting permanent seats to Africa. Doing that is a matter of dignity and justice and must be done. It is imperative. The injustice redressed. But this reform must also go hand in hand with the recognition of global current inequalities and the fact that Africa has been and is marginalized within multilateral institutions, and that must be addressed. Has every right to expect such reparation from the world, and that call will be at the heart of the 9th mechanism and the role of Africa in the reform of multilateral institutions. Part of our work will be for action, and this all forms part of the theme selected. I call upon the African community and its partners, as well as inspired by justice, to make this meeting a historic event. Through reparations, ladies and gentlemen, we will succeed in renewing the trust here with the United Nations. Reparations will allow us to together doing justice, ensuring justice is done for people whose destiny is an act of repairing the world for everybody's benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, I must speak candidly. Africa over the last 80 years in global governance structures. It is high time to remedy that injustice. Does history offer occasions as ripe as this one to change down? After so much historic injustice done to Africa, the time has come to provide reparations. Provide reparations would be to repent for past misdeeds and to rebuild can be established. However, this struggle is not solely an African struggle. It is a struggle for humankind. The past shape the inequalities of the present. It is for that reason that we call upon the United for the sake of its own credibility to classify the transatlantic trade as not only crimes against humanity, but first and foremost crimes of genocide against. It is a genocide, a genocide, a genocide. I thank you. Foreign Affairs of Togo. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. the exercise of a right to reply has been requested. I wish to remind delegations that declarations made and to 5 minutes for the second statement. These statements must be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the Islamic Republic.
Mr. President, it is regrettable for the United Nations, for humanity, and for the cause of justice that an individual who is wanted by the International Criminal Court